Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
When someone from the history books returned to the basement, panting after his corpse had been resurrected. This was the scene he witnessed, Longzhan Yuyi. With his pockmarked face that looked like it had been splashed with sulfuric acid, was striking various poses in front of a huge jade wall. While Yun Zhongyu and several other female players were snapping photos with the system camera. The shutter clicking incessantly. 5,000 bioenergy per shot, no bargaining. Longzhan shouted indignantly from the wilderness. They're here, the historians are here. Upon seeing Zhu Yan enter, Fengxing Tianxia waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Stop fooling around, get to work. Chen Feng pointed to the wall, emitting a faint glow. I don't know what technique this relief is. It looks like a mural, but when you try to look closely, it keeps flickering rapidly, the frequency is too fast. Like watching static on a broken TV screen. You can't see anything at all, you fix it. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and immediately entered professional mode. With each level increase, he learned several more archaeology-related professional skills. He walked to the wall, placed his hands on the cool jade surface, and activated one of the core skills of Historian of Civilization, Historical Echoes. Buzz, what was initially just a blurry, twitching spectacle in the player's eyes, gradually stabilized under Zhu Yan's skill. Is this a silent film? The image became clearer. The Hepa people's appearance was finally revealed. They did not resemble humans, but were humanoid creatures with 4 long arms. The 2 upper arms were slender and dexterous, used for precise operations. The 2 lower arms were thick and powerful, used for carrying heavy objects. Their skin was a healthy pale green, and their heads were large without noses. Only huge compound eyes and gills used to filter poisonous gases. No wonder that Frankenstein monster had 4 arms. Fengxing Tianxia glanced back at the massive corpse of the Bio-Guardian. Another humanoid race. Could it be that humanoid form is a common species form in the universe? Several research enthusiasts whispered among themselves. The Hepa lived on the plains of the liver lobules. Their entire civilization was as insignificant as dust compared to the vast Titan liver. Zhu Yan analyzed the information in the image and briefly commented, they're like cleaners inside Titan's body. In the scene, the Hepa people extract the waste products of Titan metabolism from the Earth liver cells, day after day, and use their body's alchemical organs and the magical technology of their civilization to decompose and render them harmless. The central altar in this basement is where they pray to Father God. They place the purest energy crystals they have extracted on the altar, raise their 4 arms high, and worship towards the supreme heavens, praying for Father God to grant them warmth and protection. Dependence on and service to deities. This is a common characteristic of civilizations within higher life forms. Almost every internal civilization is a theocracy. Because of the power of the gods, mortals can only bow down and worship. The next moment the scene suddenly became oppressive. It was an ordinary day, and the Hepa people were praying at the altar. But this time the Father God did not respond. The messenger neurons had also vanished. Suddenly, black rain began to fall from the sky. Disaster struck after the raindrops fell to the ground. They didn't seep into the earth instead. They transformed into tiny, black worms covered in tentacles. This wasn't ordinary rainwater. It was a vicious virus and curse from the outside world. The Hepa's toxicology and flesh and blood techniques, along with their nascent mechanical physics, were completely ineffective against the curse. The Hepa people knelt before the altar in terror, praying for their Father God to awaken. But the sky remained silent, offering no response. Immediately afterwards, the first victims appeared. Those Hepa people drenched in the black rain writhed in agony. their once pale green skin instantly turning black, their forearms mutating into grotesque twisted limbs, before turning and lunging at their own kind. The scene became bloody and chaotic. The war had lasted for countless years. The Hepa did not sit idly by. In order to fight against the tireless, ever-resurrecting infected, they were forced to abandon their elegant and rigorous flesh alchemy and turn to the brutal weaponry of war. In the scene, Hepa alchemists with tears in their eyes stitched together the bodies of their fallen comrades, implanted metal skeletons, and transformed them into bioguardians with 4 arms who felt no pain. The ability intended for healing has been repurposed for warfare. Countless bioengineered warriors clashed with the black army of infected across the land, battling atop the mountain's liver lobules. Green toxic mist mingled with the black stench of decay. But there are too many enemies, moreover. This divine body is constantly suffering severe damage. The environment is becoming increasingly harsh, and most of the liver area has already collapsed. Plague, disease, and other corrupted races ravage this land. Finally, the camera focuses on the bile duct canyon on the edge of the city. The surviving Hepa people with their families, and under the cover of the few hundred remaining bioengineered guards, arrived at the edge of the bile duct canyon. The entire clan pooled their resources to build a blood and flesh road to heaven. A great migration. They glanced back at their once prosperous homeland, their eyes filled with blood and tears. After the last member of their tribesmen passed through, the leader of the Hepa Peplian old man closed the flesh and blood proliferation array with trembling hands. Boom! The bridge built of flesh and blood lost its vitality in an instant. The fiber bundles began to shrink and break, ultimately dragging the countless infected and cursed creatures on it down. Countless infected pursuers plunged into the abyss to preserve their last embers. The Hepa civilization completely sealed off the path back, exiling themselves to a distant, enormous sack filled with highly corrosive liquid, the gallbladder. I see, Zhu Yan withdrew his hand, his face pale, as if he had personally experienced a catastrophe. System prompt: you have recorded the history of the Herpa civilization, the cataclysmic migration 9%. Gained bioenergy 30,000 points. Gain a large amount of experience points. What a tragedy, Long Jianyu touched his pockmarked face. Unusually serious for once, those black insects. They must be the monsters we're looking for, right? Shall we avenge them while we're at it? Now that we know the cause and effect, we should definitely go get our gallbladder checked. Fengxing Xiangxia's eyes were sharp. That civilization might not be extinct yet. It's extremely valuable. Let's go check out the other side of the canyon. The group left the basement and headed straight for the bile duct canyon on the edge of the city. However, reality is often crueler than history. When they actually stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The moment they reached the edge, once calmly flowing, murky bile river suddenly boiled, gurgle, gurgle. Countless black bubbles surged up, the none after another. Pitch-black monsters covered in tentacles crawled out of the liquid. They looked somewhat like skinned monkeys but had no eyes. Only a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. They were the descendants of the mutated infected depicted in the relief. Withered lurker LV40s. 1 to 110,000 in just a few seconds. The rock walls below the canyon were covered with these monsters. Countless pairs of eyes flashed with indifference, fixed intently on the players above. Everyone present was stunned. The feeling of being stared at by a dense swarm of ugly creatures. 3 chapters today, 2 more during the day. Suddenly a sharp shriek rang out, and the withered lurkers surged towards the players at the top of the cliff like a black tide. Holy crap, this is triggering my trypophobia. How do I fight this? It looks like a normal monster. The Thunder King's eyes widened in fury, and his entire body stood on end like a Super Saiyan. Lightning chain zzzzz, a flash of lightning struck, and several withered lurkers were severely injured. However, only a handful of high-level combat players were present. The majority were research-oriented players with extremely low skill levels. They tried their best, but couldn't even scratch the skin of the weaker monsters. A regular LV40 is still LV40, and there are just too many of them. One swipe from that claw and I'm dead. Those research-oriented players, most of whom were below level 20, instantly turned green with envy. Tianxi stared at the overwhelming black tide. His lips twitching is the game designer. Out of their mind, Thena's if he had made up his mind. He turned around without hesitation before leaving. He didn't forget to use a crowd control skill called Mind Blast. Buzzing hundreds of withered, lurking creatures stood motionless in place, run. But low-level research-oriented players are too slow. Most of them are only level 10 or so. If it weren't for the goal of leveling up to 10 and becoming Thunderbringer or Mind Hacker, they probably wouldn't want to level up at all. Several of the fastest-moving withered lurkers had already leaped onto the cliff like geckos, letting out a sharp screech, and pounced on Quantum Mechanics, who was bringing up the rear. Wait a minute. Quantum Mechanics is absolutely terrifying. Even though you can revive, the pain level in this game is still painful even at its lowest setting. PFFT before he could even resist. This physics luminary was instantly torn to shreds. Next up was Breaking Bad, seeing that escape was hopeless. He was rubbing his hands together, ready to unleash the poison spell he had just learned, when he was pinned to the ground and devoured by 3 monsters. I just respawned not long ago. Game designer, I'm begging you. Screams echoed throughout the room. This is what happens when you don't have any fighting talent. The data maniac escaped with ease, then glanced back at the academic geniuses being torn to shreds, pondering that he would have the guild's middle management regularly train these researchers. Based on my gaming experience, I suspect some spells are level dependent. Just slacking off and not fighting monsters won't do. Longzhan and Dolly frantically swung their weapons to repel the monsters that pounced on them, while protecting the remaining few fragile characters as they ran back. With the movement speed of these top players, the monster horde couldn't stop them if they wanted to leave. Feng, cover me, they're here. Facing hordes of monsters, unleashing instant step would be too wasteful. Since the enemies were merely ordinary templates, Chen Feng could easily weave in and out of the monster horde, using only the passive abilities of a few neural sequences. Synaptic acceleration. Under micrometer level manipulation, Fengxing Tianxia moved with incredible speed, and no monster could touch him even slightly. The Origin Fang in his hand transformed into a whirlwind of death. With each flash, a few slashes were enough to take the life of a monster. These monsters seem even weaker than regular monsters. So fragile, I'm going to go on a rampage. Dolly and Longzhan exchanged a glance, their eyes burning with intensity. As the team's frontline powerhouses, their synergy is incredibly strong. The body of a titan's familiar roar. 2 giants rose from the ground with a single, powerful sweep of his axe. Longzhan swept across the wilderness, cleaving countless withered lurkers in 2 at the waist. With a mighty roar, he burst into flames, shield in hand. He charged into the monster horde like a tank. But the speed at which you kill monsters can't keep up with the speed at which they climb up. Kill 1 and 10 more swarm up, there are too many. We can't possibly kill them all, run back to the neurons. That's a safe zone. The group fought their way out, retreating in a disheveled state towards the center of the city. The black tide behind them pursued relentlessly, and there were even a few larger elite monsters mixed in, whose roars shook the surrounding abandoned buildings. Elite monsters level 40 and above require some effort even for top-tier teams. They were about to be caught up. The instant the crowd rushed into the plaza, the Thunder Messenger H-77 Neuron, who had been standing with his arms crossed, looking as aloof as a sculpture, residently opened his eyes. Those pure golden eyes held no emotion, only boundless majesty. It is the neural node of Titan, the maintainer of the absolute rules here. Warning: invasive species detected. Threat level low. Perform the cleanup procedure. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky and struck precisely the dividing line between the players and the monsters. This strike was like divine punishment. The hundreds of withered lurkers at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized under immeasurable pressure, leaving not even ashes behind. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, the main force of the withered lurkers suddenly halted, and the surviving monsters in the front row slammed on the brakes. But it was too late immediately afterwards. The Thunder Messenger slowly raised his hand, punish. Sizzle. Countless fine golden arcs of electricity spread outwards from the center of the square, forming a spherical lightning net with no blind spots. It was a golden, thunderous tsunami. Fengxing Xiangxia watched as the monsters chasing and biting them were submerged in a golden ocean and swallowed hard. The tens of thousands of withered lurking creatures that followed were instantly annihilated and disintegrated upon contact with this electric grid, like pencil drawings erased by an eraser. In just 10 seconds, apart from the scorch marks scattered on the ground and the lingering pungent smell of burning in the air, there was no longer a single living monster at the edge of the canyon. And the surviving players collapsed to the ground, watching the golden giant close his eyes again, resuming his aloof demeanor. The NPCs in this game are also overpowered. I really want to see Overwatch 0 fight. The silent guardian standing in the heart of the temple stretched his wrists. The head coach was warming up. Dude, if you have the ability, why didn't you make a move before? I don't understand. Kashmir said indignantly. Miracles happen through sheer force. The Thunder Messenger slightly raised his eyelids, glanced down at Dolly, and unusually uttered a single sentence. I can't move around freely, it's my duty. I was drenched in sweat, buddy. That's an unassailable excuse, is this? Is this the power of the Titans themselves? So-and-so from the history books swallowed hard, looking at the scene he had just recorded, his hands still trembling slightly. A single neuron node possesses such devastating power. Just how powerful is Titan after a short rest? Fengxing Tianxia suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. He immediately took a biobeacon out of his backpack and put it down on the spot. H-77 outpost established, respawn point activated. The profits from the several fronts that have already been established are fixed. You can see the end from there. While the income is stable, it doesn't yield huge profits. For truly huge profits, you have to focus on pioneering new areas from here on. We'll use this place as the center and expand outwards. Exploring the gallbladder requires further planning. Let's set up a respawn point first, call for backup. Simple biobeacons are partially pluripotent Titan stem cells that players can use to revive. Reviving requires queuing so during siege battles. You can place multiple beacons at one stronghold. The air was filled with the smell of ozone left by high-voltage electric arcs, and the acrid smell of withered, lurking creatures being vaporized. The golden giant of light and shadow, the Thunder Messenger, had already restrained its violent power and returned to its ready stance with its arms crossed, as if the earth-shattering attack had never happened. Longzhan Yuyi rubbed his hands together, looking on expectantly as he approached the Thunder Messenger's feet. Brother, eldest brother, grandpa, uncle. Longzhan tentatively called out twice, even pulling out a handful of high-purity energy blocks from his backpack and handing them over. Look at your skills. It's such a waste for you to just stand here as a street lamp. Interested in taking on some freelance work? I'm not short of money, name your price. If you'd be willing to move an inch, I'll be eternally grateful. However, the Thunder Messenger didn't even lift an eyelid. As the oldest neural defense mechanism within the Titan, it is only responsible for carrying out the tasks of guarding the node and purifying the intrusion. In its mind, this weak and insignificant familiar before it does not have the authority to command it. Don't waste your energy, Fengxing Xiangxia. Stealing a moment from his busy schedule let out a sneer. At that moment, everyone was shuttling back and forth, using neural transmission to move supplies near the newly inserted beacon. I reckon these are system NPCs like the Watchers. Not mercenaries you can buy with money. Didn't the Silverwing Sentinels also have unmobilizable and dedicated mercenaries before? Longzhan sighed regretfully, what a pity. If we could take this out, who would need a mech? We could just sweep through everything. Although they weren't able to hire this super bodyguard, the gains from this exploration were enough to excite the combat players. The loot these monsters drop is quite interesting. Fengxing Tianxia took out a piece of active muscle fiber that he had just cut from the corpse of an elite-level withered lurker. Even after being separated from its body, this thing was still twitching weakly and emitting a greenish glow. The biggest problem with the current Titan's Fist mech is its excessive bulk. The biomaterials we're using to manufacture it are too rudimentary. The bionic fibers aren't flexible enough, but this thing, Chen Feng's eyes sharpened, is extremely resilient and can even conduct magic. If we could fit it into the mech's joints, its flexibility would at least double. While the Void Hive and the Bronchus section are high-level areas with many monsters, their resource output is too homogeneous, leading to a surplus of needed resources. Long Zhanyu instantly realized, his previous playful expression replaced by shrewdness in his eyes. This is a new source of high-end materials. Call for backup. Long Zhan waved his hand. Issue a guild notice. Tell the brothers in the second and third raid groups to stop relaxing and get back to grinding. In B404 Central Hall of the City of Light. Unlike the bustling activity on the front lines, the atmosphere in the City of Light was filled with sparks of academic exchange. Dozens of light energy elders were surrounding the Herpa stone tablets brought back by the players. The light above their heads flickering. Clearly deeply perplexed, I can't understand. I absolutely can't understand it. An elder of the Light Bacteria clan issued a mental statement. The power of us, the people of light, originates from the focus of pure luminous energy. And these, the Hepa, they actually manipulate this vile power, infusing magical energy into the body, causing physical mutation, releasing toxins. What does it mean to use poison to achieve healing? One of the elders paced back and forth. Seemingly bewildered, the Grand Elder looked disgusted. This is a desecration of pure light, but it really works. Quantum mechanics pointed to a set of toxicological reaction formulas on the stone slab and patiently explained. Elder magic takes many forms, according to our research. The light energy bacteria focus solely on light magic, neglecting the power of other elements. The Hepa race's magic system is built upon toxicology and flesh magic. They are experts in life alchemy. Elder light energy bacteria seem to have caught the key phrase. Yes, life alchemy, added Lu Ban No 7 beside him. In their system, learning flesh and blood magic is about understanding one's own body's structure, which is similar to the anatomy we taught you earlier. Their poison wasn't initially used to kill enemies, but to balance the body's homeostasis. Poison is a medium connecting life and magic. Look here. Practical application of limb regeneration based on poison theory. What an innovative paper. The Grand Elder seemed to be deep in thought. Although the light energy bacteria felt physically uncomfortable with this wet and sticky magical system, their thirst for knowledge overcame their prejudice. With the players' encouragement, these highly skilled light energy fungus mages began researching poison and flesh magic. Once the elders have learned it, players will be able to learn poison and flesh magic in-game simply by casting spells, just like they learn light magic. To fully recreate this in reality, players will need to delve into the theory of magic. The first batch of data sent back to reality has been screened. The Dragon Kingdom's Academy of Life Sciences chose to replicate a potion with relatively little knowledge of its magical system, successfully inducing mouse cells to regenerate at a rate of 300%. As later players gradually leveled up, the wealthiest players from other countries had already purchased blueprints and built their own mechs, leaving everyone in awe. Countries around the world are again speculating about Daxia's recent attitude, drawing conclusions from rumors and speculation, and are all vaguely aware of one thing. Damn it, the Huxia have sneaked out. They're all about technology and magic, but they don't include them in their games. I knew it. What were those guys doing all day? Sneaking around in the City of Light library where there were no monsters to fight. As psionic ideas spread globally, major powers immediately established their own game technology research institutes. Attempting to catch up at the same time, they sent representatives to exert pressure in diplomatic settings, condemning the Dragon Kingdom for not sharing its technology. Huxia diplomat ho, we're materialists. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. The Golden Triangle. While the Dragon Kingdom was methodically absorbing game technology, a power reshuffle was taking place in the chaotic region to the side. Gunshots rang out deep in the rainforest. A decapitation operation targeting the local warlord known as Black Crocodile is underway. Da-da-da, a machine gunner frantically pulled the trigger, trying to stop the terrifying figure in front of him. But the figure neither dodged nor avoided. His bare upper body had a grayish-white rocky texture. When the bullet hit him, it only sent up a series of sparks and left shallow white marks. Greedy Wolf's Arrogance LV-28. With the second-tier talent of the flesh and blood sequence unlocked, he's capable of taking ordinary bullets head-on. Barrett won't work in the real world. LV-20 is the watershed of the extraordinary, while LV-28 means that he has absolute control over ordinary firearms. Zhang Kuang charged through the hail of bullets to the machine gunner, grabbed the scorching hot barrel with one hand, and twisted it hard. A click, steel twisted. The next second I threw a punch, sending the person and the cover flying. The battle ended quickly. Zhang Kuang stood arrogantly on the warlord's corpse, took a towel from his subordinate, and wiped the blood from his hands. Behind him stood dozens of players with equally fierce eyes. Most of them were wanted players from all over the world, or desperate outlaws seeking power and strength. A black SUV slowly drove up, the window rolled down, revealing the face of Congressman Smith's envoy with a fake smile, and Zhao Sihai's bodyguard standing beside him. Looking nervous, Mr. Zhang. The congressman is very impressed with your efficiency. The envoy glanced at the mess on the ground, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. The equipment you promised has been airdropped to the designated coordinates. Very good. Zhang Kuang walked arrogantly to the car. Looking down at the special envoy, tell Mr. Smith that the map we've explored of the kidneys has a fairly good level gradient, as long as he continues to provide funds in the game and weapons in reality. I can guarantee he'll steadily reach LV-30 in the game using our strategy. This is the most blatant kind of deal. The powerful need rank and longevity, while outlaws need weapons and territory. Although only the flesh and blood type among the currently available Tier 3 talents can extend lifespan, Counselor Smith still chose Spirit Pivot Envoy as his profession without hesitation. You can question a politician's morality, but you can never question his intelligence and vision. There are 17 abilities on par with the captivating power of life extension. How could those abilities be weak from the very beginning? He kept a close eye on the energy affinity of the psionic sequence. This is magic, of course. If he had extra potential points, he wouldn't mind investing in a third-tier flesh and blood sequence cell-level regeneration. Furthermore, Zhang Kuang pointed to the rainforest. From today onwards, this area is renamed. It will henceforth be called Wild Wolf Special Zone. The envoy paused for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. On this land, might makes right. You can do whatever you want. The local authorities cannot and will not govern you. Looking at the distant rolling mountains, Zhang Kuang no longer concealed his ambition. The first phase objective has been achieved: establish a player-controlled faction within the chaotic zone. The next step was to recruit soldiers, take over industries, and build a state within a state. High-dimensional perspective, Titan Abyss. In the depths of the universe, Gu Yuan's vast consciousness swept over his enormous body, with the recovery of many areas of his lungs, and thanks to the tireless efforts of all players on the server, his bioenergy reserves finally experienced an explosive growth. Current bioenergy reserves, 12.46 billion. This is an astronomical figure. Finally, we've become rich. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan immediately began the repair and strengthening process for his divine body. First, the core shield, which cost 5 billion to repair. Billions of biological energies instantly evaporated, transforming into a golden energy stream that flowed into the chest cavity. The previously dim shield around the enormous biological heart regained its luster, although not fully restored its defensive power. Sufficient to withstand attacks from gods was returning. Next up is my army. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the lungs. Although millions of players are very diligent, to a respiratory system that spans light years, they are like a group of busy ants. They may be able to devour an elephant, but their efficiency is ultimately limited. The body's own immune system is truly responsible for cleaning up its massive body. Command issued, mass manufacture Silverwing Sentinels. Command issued, consume a large amount of bioenergy to create an elite unit, Silverwing Commander. Silverwing Commander, LV-45 Titan Familia Template. Description: the commander node of the immune system. Possessing extremely high intelligence and combat power, it can command hundreds of thousands of sentinels to fight in coordination, and comes with the aura of immune frenzy the next second. The barracks on the walls of the major blood vessels in the lungs shone brightly. Hundreds of silver giants, each 50 meters tall, with 6 wings on their backs and wielding thunderous spears. Strode out, they let out deafening roars. Then led a silver tide of sentinel legions, charging into the dust-cover-regime-infested and locust-infested bronchioles that the players had yet to set foot in. On the map, the lungs' purification speed has visibly increased dramatically. Normal functional areas have begun to expand at an alarming rate. Bronchioles in area A99 of the lungs. This is a remote corner far from the main battlefield, yet it's unusually lively. A small guild called Ascension of Flesh and Blood made this place its headquarters. This guild only has about 100 members, all of whom are flesh and blood craftsmen. They have little interest in fighting monsters and leveling up, but they have an almost obsessive obsession with building Gundams. President, the skeleton is complete. One player shouted excitedly on the open ground. A colossal skeleton, 30 meters tall and composed of countless monster bones, stood erect. Guild leader I am Liang, LV. 27 hidden class. Bone craftsman adjusted his goggles and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Crafting mechs by hand is a man's true romance. I saw on the forums that top guilds' flesh crafters are already using flesh Gundams in actual combat. How can we fall behind? There are videos on the forum showing the intense battle against the Fire Demon Parasite King, and the flesh creatures on the Edge battlefield performed exceptionally well. I propose we name this first Gundam Fruit Ninja Mech No 1. That's settled. Add the meat. Stuff in all the Balrog meat and slime gel we collected earlier. Dozens of craftsmen players rushed forward and activated the skill flesh and blood stitching. They attempted to mimic the physiological structure of the human body to create a purely biologically driven weapon of war. However, the ideal was far from reality. Roar. When the last piece of flesh was attached, the Gundam did indeed move, but it wasn't as majestic and imposing as expected. Instead, it resembled a crippled zombie, tripping over its own feet and crashing face first into the dirt with a thud, crushing 3 members who hadn't had time to run away. President, we failed again. Damn it, what's wrong with this? Forget it, failure is the mother of success. I Liang calmly jotted down data in my notebook. Next time, try replacing the flame demon's tendons with active fibers from the liver. Those are much more resilient sooner or later. We'll be able to create something even more powerful than the official mechs. Liver marginal ecological buffer zone. Besides these tech geeks, casual gamers have also come up with some creative ways to enjoy themselves. This is a paradise for monsters, and also a place of suffering for Pokémon masters. Sweetie, don't bite me. I'll give you something delicious to eat. A player with the ID Summoner of the Rift is holding a glowing gall crystal and trying to lure a living flame sprout, LV. 1 elite. This is a small flame with self-awareness. Although its level is low, its temper is extremely volatile. The moment the summoner of the rift saw its panel, his body trembled. Holy crap, could this be the son of that early elite monster? I've chosen you. Early players on the forum documented many creatures, including the living flame ember, one of the earliest elite monsters players encountered. Few with a swirl of flame. The player's arm was instantly turned into charcoal. Ouch, it's burning hot, he yelled, frantically shaking his hands. But an excited emoticon appeared above his head. It ate my gallstones. There's hope, the progress bar has increased by 0.1%. Meanwhile, in the player camp in the distance, a pet enthusiast was looking at his group of blue slimes with a troubled expression. To make them evolve, he fed the slimes all sorts of strange things, ores, void shells, and even the corpses of his teammates. As a result, some of these slimes are now engulfed in flames. Some have turned into hard lumps of iron. Some have grown tentacles. And some are flying around like balloons. I can't afford to keep them, even though they offer pet rental services. The cost of feeding them is still too high, moreover. The direction of this mutation is completely uncontrollable. Feeding the same thing could produce different results. Record the characteristics. A streamer with the ID Bear Grylls possessed is facing the camera, holding a freshly cut tentacle of a ghost jellyfish. This is a delicacy he unearthed in the Bile River. Brother Salt, though, this thing is highly poisonous. Once you remove the head and internal organs, its protein content is 6 times that of beef. The live stream room was bustling with activity. Those earthlings without gaming privileges could only learn about the game through various streamers, among whom travel photography streamers and those who entertained viewers were the most popular. Bear Grylls channeled his inner Bear Grylls, took a bite, smacked his lips twice and exclaimed, "Not bad, very chewy. The taste, well, it's alright, nothing special. The texture is quite complex, not bad at all. I just don't know why my mouth feels a little numb." He showed the tentacles in his hand to the camera. Suddenly, his face turned a riot of colors. Then he foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. System notification, player Bear Grylls' possession has died. Cause of death, neurotoxin overload. The live stream chat exploded instantly, 666. This streamer is risking his life doing this mukbang. Try it and you'll die. When will the streamer try eating void shell? I'd love to see, even without war. Players can find a million ways to entertain themselves. In the real world at Kyoto University in the Dragon Kingdom. As the top university in Daxia, Kyoto University enjoys the most resource support and has always been at the forefront of teaching reform. Today, an abandoned teaching building on Kyoto University's old campus has been completely sealed off, and the number of people around it has increased unusually. Looking closely, everyone's eyes are wary and sharp. This place was actually full of plainclothes guards. Fang Yuan stood in front of the building, his entire being visibly tense, his heart pounding. He was the gold medalist in last year's global math competition and is now studying ahead of schedule in the Department of Mathematics at Kyoto University. Just yesterday, his competition coach and university advisor approached him, looking very serious, and asked if he was interested in participating in a top-secret project. After he agreed, the two teachers immediately produced a confidentiality agreement. However, they didn't tell him what the specific project was, only that he should come to an address today and couldn't reveal it to anyone. Hualu 201, he knew Hualu. It was the former mathematics department building, named after a famous mathematician, and was abandoned after the mathematics department moved to the new campus. What exactly is it? He had a keen intuition in his way there. He clearly sensed that one passerby after another was silently observing him. They must be plainclothes officers. There are a lot of them. He had a premonition that his life would be completely rewritten after he stepped through that door. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and walked into the Hualu building. As Fang Yuan passed by room 202, he saw that there were already quite a few people inside. Among them were several familiar faces. Just around the corner is room 201, which was almost full. Several of them dressed like students, were none other than his teammates from training camps and other national team athletes from competitions. The others, however, were wearing military uniforms. Fang Yuan and his friends exchanged a glance and found a corner to wait quietly. Dear students, two figures appeared at the classroom door. One of them was dressed in military uniform, a rugged-looking middle-aged man and unpretentious. The other had the air of a young scholar and looked somewhat familiar. It looks like a senior from the training camp next door. I saw him on the wall outside the training room. While I was still in a daze, the group of soldiers suddenly stood up and saluted in unison. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. Such a big show of force, Fang Yuan glanced at his epaulets. He didn't recognize them. Welcome, everyone. Everyone here is either a genius or a high-level spirit master player. Ling Shu envoy. Fang Yuan and his teammates' expressions changed. They astutely identified the key phrase, "Isn't this the recently popular Titan game?" In public opinions, this game is portrayed as a supernatural phenomenon, allowing players to gain extraordinary powers. The Spirit Master is one of the 4 initial professions. Belonging to the magic-based class, could it be? In that instant, Fang Yuan's brain raced, countless guesses flashing through his mind, until finally one remained. From today onwards, you are the first batch of students in the Department of Psychic Powers at Kyoto University. You need to temporarily forget all the laws of physics and chemistry you have learned in the past. For a period of time afterwards, you will be here learning a system of knowledge completely different from current science and technology. We call it psionic energy, or rather magic. Fang Yuan and his companions looked as if they had seen a ghost, while the other soldiers present, who were actually members of the Great Wall Watch Guild and knew more about the inside story, looked excited and had bright eyes. This matter is of great importance. Therefore, everyone needs to keep what they have learned confidential for the time being. I hope everyone can understand, Obi the way. For those of you who didn't participate in the Titan game, remember to register when you get back. This guy next to me is your psychic mentor. I'm just a rough guy, so I won't bother you bunch of academic geniuses. The middle-aged man in military uniform smiled and gestured for the young man beside him to come up on stage. Hello everyone, from today onwards, I will be your psychic energy mentor. The young people on stage seemed quite nervous, while the group of soldiers below exerted a strong sense of pressure. General, could you ask them not to wear their uniforms to class? The young man asked timidly. The general standing nearby slapped his forehead, laughed heartily and exclaimed, my fault, my fault. From now on, everyone must wear school uniforms to school. There's no need for that. The young man was covered in sweat. After the textbooks were distributed, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to start reading them. There are 4 thick textbooks in total. Basic Magical Principles Introduction to Light Magic. An overview of the relationship between optoelectronic science and light magic. Introduction to Toxicology and Flesh Magic, Alchemy. Upon seeing the name, Fang Yuan felt a moment of disorientation and pinched himself hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. A genuine magic book, opening the book to its title page. The preface prominently displays Professor Gu's advocacy of resource civilization determinism, and concludes with a sentence. Start recognizing another side of the real world now. Fang Yuan's throat bobbed through the classroom window. He saw the 2 generals chatting happily with an elderly man in civilian clothes. He hadn't recognized the general before. But who in the entire Dragon Kingdom didn't know this old man? In the period that followed, the first formal magic class in human history was held here. A line of large characters was written on the blackboard, Basic Magic Theory. Magic is not superstition. It's a science that has developed in parallel with contemporary physics. The instructor picked up a piece of chalk, his fingertips trembling slightly buzz, without chanting incantations or performing complicated rituals, simply by adjusting the magical energy within his body. A soft and steady white light suddenly shone from the tip of the chalk. Basic light magic illumination. The trainees below the stage held their breath, their eyes reflecting that light. Although the players of Great Wall Watch have unlocked the second-tier talent energy resonance, the power they can draw upon is extremely limited, relying more on bodily instincts and lacking any theoretical basis. At most, they can only light up a small light bulb connected to a circuit, but cannot generate energy out of thin air. Although this was just a very simple trick, one that even a level 1 newbie in the game could learn from the light bacteria. In reality, this ray of light completely reshaped the worldview of everyone present. Currently, our compiled light magic curriculum includes photon focus, refractive shield, and the most basic light healing. The professor adjusted his glasses, his expression gradually becoming more confident. As long as you choose the Spirit Masterclass in the game and advance to the next level LV 23 to unlock the Energy Resonance talent, and practice according to this guide, you will be able to master light in reality. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. In these 2 classrooms, the first batch of academically trained mages will be born. And just 2 days, the once desolate ruins of Hepa have been transformed by the 4th Scourge into a war fortress that blends steampunk and wasteland styles. Named after the gemstones that the Hepa people cherish, Emerald City. After careful consideration, the data maniac and Tianxi, responsible for city planning, decided to make full use of the city's most valuable resources. Not those ancient texts or reliefs, but the Thunder Messenger, that's right. They believe that at this stage, the NPC is the most helpful to players in the game. That devastating attack, instantly wiping out tens of thousands of withered lurkers, left an indelible mark on the players who witnessed it. Centered around the incredibly powerful Thunder Messenger, a mere tool. The artisans from various guilds frantically repaired the surrounding defenses. Turrets, walls, barricades, trenches, traps. Inside the city, the collapsed gear tower was righted and adorned with signs made of fluorescent moss and light energy crystals. H77 Supply Station. Dragon War Guild Office. High-price buyback of gallstones, honest and fair. Scammers get lost. Thousands of advanced players moved in and out of this area like industrious worker bees. The efficiency of high-level players was much higher than that of newbies. And the scale of this Emerald City, which was based on the ruins of Hepa, far exceeded that of other players' main city SMs. And outposts, however. The moment one steps outside the city, the world instantly plunges from civilization into hell. The top-tier players have already left the main city and ventured deep into the wilderness, using their modified mechs made of active fibers to fight against those terrifying level 40 beings. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, a large number of ordinary players are struggling to advance. Attention! A wave of crystallized executioners has spawned at the 3 o'clock position. The Dawn Guild squad leader with the ID Tianxio shouted. These are familiar faces. They are monsters unique to the liver, heavy infantrymen made of hardened cholesterol crystals and mutated muscles. They are covered in purple crystalline armor, wield huge bone decapitation swords or giant axes, and have extremely high physical defense. Elite monsters, which used to give players a lot of trouble, are now appearing in large numbers here. Bangs. Several bolts of lightning struck, easily shattering the crystallized executioner's outer shell. But this is just the appetizer. In the shadows, a far more insidious hunter awaits. Tianxiao had just finished dealing with the monster in front of him when he suddenly saw his teammate Weird Resurrection emerge from behind a rock. Waving at him with a smile, "Hey Tianxiao, out of mana. I have a potion here, thanks." Tianxiao instinctively reached out to take it. But just as his palm was about to touch, it suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowing. Wait a minute. The mysterious resurrection is incredibly stingy. He only ever freeloads on medicine. When has he ever offered to give medicine to someone else? Looking at the faint smile on the Weird Resurrection's face, Tianxiao felt it was truly eerie the more he looked. Imperial Jade Liquor, Tianxiao suddenly exclaimed. Huh? The weird resurgence on the other side was stunned for a moment. A blank look on his face. You don't even know the unified code of the Dragon Kingdom. Tianxiao felt a sudden alarm bell ring in his mind. And he instantly retreated, so vigilant. The mysterious revival turned grim, he shuddered. His entire body contorting in an unnatural way. And his right arm suddenly stretched to over 10 meters long. The movement was lightning fast. Aimed directly at Tianxiao's face. Tianxiao didn't hesitate. And immediately countered with a thunder pierce, PFFT. The teammate before him let out a piercing scream. Its skin peeling away like melted wax, revealing pink flesh and fine tentacles beneath. Shapeshifter LV-25 Elite. Seeing that it had been exposed, the shapeshifter turned and fled without hesitation. Its flesh writhed wildly, managing to squeeze out 2 pairs of wheel-like legs. And it escaped like the wind, Captain A panting. Eerie resurrection came running from afar. His face contorted with grief, Captain. I was just swallowed alive by some unknown thing. I'm traumatized, I need to file for workers' compensation. I need a set of standard equipment. I need land reclamation funding. I need compensation for emotional distress and… Tianxiao was speechless, that's it. I know it's true without even needing to verify it. The shapeshifter, a monster capable of perfectly mimicking the player, brings immense psychological terror to wilderness exploration. Seeing a teammate's face on a convulsing elite monster is just too sanity-destroying. No, the first thing players in the liver area do when they meet isn't to greet each other, but to exchange secret codes. Besides these native mutant monsters, what really sends chills down players' spines are those black outsiders. Haha, look guys, there's a lone little bug here. The berserk behemoth with the ID crazy blood bottle discovered a black, soft-bodied worm wriggling on the ground. Calamity worm, it was only the length of an arm. Completely blackened, its level was only LV-20 normal. In the H-77 area where level 40 monsters were everywhere. This little Karami was practically a freebie. Only players who haven't seen the HEPA reliefs would think that. Watch me stomp it to pieces. Crazy blood bottle gathered all his strength and confidently stomped on it. That kick was incredibly powerful splat. The insect shattered, bursting out a cloud of black liquid that splattered onto his leg armor. That is so crisp. He was about to turn around when he suddenly noticed a black progress bar in the lower right corner of his vision. Curse of Annihilation, 15%. What the hell before he could react a sudden. Intense itching sensation shot through his wound. The splattered black fluid seemed to burrow into his skin like living things. His veins began to turn black and bald. His previously normal left leg instantly swelled. And several black barbs sprouted from it, holy crap. I can't control my legs. Crazy blood bottle screamed in terror as he discovered his character was uncontrollably attacking his teammates. Warning, curse corruption level exceeds 100%. Warning, genetic sequence collapse. You are about to mutate into the destroyer familia. Banged before he could completely transform into a monster. The system triggered a trigger, and the player's consciousness instantly ejected from the physical container. System notification, player crazy blood bottle has died. Cause of death, infection and mutation by the calamity worm LV-20. Anyone who has seen the reliefs will know that these little insects were the culprits behind the destruction of the HEPA civilization. Even players who are members of the Titan Familia and possess extremely high resistance will experience genetic collapse due to the cumulative curse if they come into contact with too much of the insect's bodily fluids, ultimately turning them into one of the monsters themselves. Buzz! A suffocating cloud of scales rained down from the sky. A gigantic black moth with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, Calamity Butterfly LV-40 Elite, is swooping low overhead. It is the adult form of those worms, and the true spreader of calamity. The pattern on its wings resembles a weeping face, and the scattered scales carry a powerful weakness curse and mass infection. Flesh craftsmen quickly build cover. Don't get any scale dust on you, you'll mutate if you do. The flesh crafter and the team reacted quickly. building a shelter and inviting everyone to hide inside for a while. However, the moment the scales touched the flesh, the shelter distorted, and sharp spikes sprouted from within, piercing the players inside. Ugh. Screams echoed throughout the room. Holy crap. This thing has become the Iron Maiden, a medieval European torture device. The surviving players shuddered. The players, who had been so arrogant just moments before, immediately scattered like birds and beasts. I'm out of here. The Emerald City with its central pyramid. The bloodshed outside did not disturb the tranquility inside the archives. Unlike the battles on the front lines, this is a battlefield for research-oriented players. So-and-so from the history books is wearing white gloves and carefully reading on a newly restored HEPA parchment scroll, surrounded by a group of history scholars and players from the Titan Research Society. Founded. The voice of someone mentioned in the history books was somewhat hoarse. About that Black Rains. About the source of the destruction of the HEPA civilization. He projected a fragment of an epic poem he had found. That day the sky was ripped open. It's neither a virus nor a natural disaster. That was malice from the depths of the starry sky. A poisonous spear hurled at our Father God by an evil deity called Calamity of Annihilation. Those insects are the embodiment of divine power. Mortals must not touch the gods. To do so is blasphemy. And blasphemy means death. Looking at the name on the screen, Calamity of Annihilation, the players felt it was the code name of some kind of ultimate boss, but in a higher dimension beyond their perception. The truth is far more terrifying than the words in the game. Players had no idea what they were facing, just as they were indifferent when they saw the erosion of the phases recorded in the previous Lightbringer clan historical records. The chaotic Titan Abyss possesses a life level as high as the 12th order of the universe. It is a supreme being capable of destroying stars and devouring galaxies with the flick of a finger. Even severely injured and with his demonic heart sealed, in a state of extreme weakness, he still possesses the strength of a 10th-tier being. And his followers, the players, still possess potential unimaginable to mortals. This so-called Calamity of Annihilation is no ordinary enemy. It is a true god of the 11th rank in the universe. Back then, this god who controlled decay and rot joined forces with other beings to launch a sneak attack on the ancient abyss, piercing the Titan's body with this poison spear containing the god's curse. Those seemingly weak LV 20 worms are actually remnants of divine power. The laws they carry are enough to annihilate all low-level life forms. If the players didn't possess the identity of Titan Core Clan and the rule resistance bestowed by the ancient abyss, even a trace of their aura would instantly reduce them to ashes. This is a divine war that transcends dimensions. The cataclysm of annihilation was shattered into pieces by the Titans and has fled in disarray. His fate is unknown. Titan Familia players are facing the Calamity Familia head-on in the inner battlefield. They need to eradicate the laws that another deity left within the Titan, regardless of what this boss's name is. So-and-so from the history books closed the history book, a mad glint in his eyes since it dares to show its health bar. Then it's a monster, brothers. Compile a list of all these monsters' weaknesses. Post it on the forum, a divine being's offspring. The drop rate must be incredibly high, right? ZZZZZZZ, as a burnt smell wafted. A withered lurker convulsed amidst blue arcs of electricity. Its once tough black skin cracked open like crispy fried chicken skin. Revealing its charred internal organs, it's done. This thing has low-voltage power. Once the defense is broken, inject electricity into the wound, the damage will double. Could it be that the curse is conductive? This discovery quickly spread among the player community. Soon, the appearance of the liver area changed. The physical damage players who were struggling to hack and slash with swords have all become tools for attracting monsters. Run, you've attracted too many monsters. What are you doing? The leader of the monster-luring team kicked his teammate in exasperation, then looked back and saw a dense swarm of monsters. No time to hesitate, run. Several agile hunters leaped and bounded through the horde of monsters, using their exceptional agility to create a long monster train. They ran frantically, leading the swarm of withered lurkers behind them into the minefield that had already been laid out. Put fire in the hole booms. Dozens of Thunder Lords who had been lying in ambush simultaneously raised their staffs. Boom as the dense lightning bolts rained down. The huddled monsters instantly became conductive conductors, collectively breaking into a breakdance. Great. A bumper harvest, everyone beamed with joy, automatically ignoring their hunter teammates who were too slow and were being torn apart by the monster. Speak up for me, I want subsidies. Even worse, some extremely cunning players try to save even their mana. Run back, lure the monster to our doorstep. A group of players followed by thousands of monsters charged toward Emerald City howling and screaming. Just as the monster horde was about to enter the city, the Thunder Messenger, which had been resting with its eyes closed, twitched its eyelids, although it was filled with contempt for these immune cells that were diverting the trouble. As a defensive note, it had no choice but to move. Sizzle smack, a golden ring of lightning swept out. Thousands of monsters vanished in an instant. Awesome. Even though I'm inexperienced, this monster clearing efficiency is like a vacuum cleaner. Quick, gather materials. The drop rate is really high. The players cheered and happily cleaned up the battlefield right under the Thunder Messenger's nose, completely ignoring the NPC's twitching eyes. However, this over-the-top, carpet-bombing approach by players seems to have disrupted a delicate balance. The liver lobule next door, H78, was already riddled with holes from the Calamity's power. With the large number of surface monsters killed, some terrifying entity deep within has lost its suppressive power. Rumble, 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 the earth began to tremble. This tremor was not an ordinary earthquake, rather. It was as if the entire ground had turned into a viscous liquid and was violently boiling. What happened? Was there an earthquake? A group of players who were repeating the luring monsters discharging electricity process nearby hadn't even reacted when the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. The liver lobule structure within a radius of tens of kilometers instantly collapsed, and countless rocks bulldux, and players fell into the abyss together. Immediately afterwards, a nauseating black gelatinous fountain shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. Roar. With a roar powerful enough to shatter the soul, a black mountain rose abruptly from the ground. No, that's not a mountain. It was a terrifying behemoth that stood over 1,000 meters tall. It had no fixed form. It looked like a sludge monster forcibly kneaded together countless rotting flesh, black worms and broken bile ducts. On its surface, countless twisted faces wailed in agony. Upon closer inspection, many of them exhibit typical HEPA facial features. Warning: colossal hostile unit detected. Entity name: Calamity Abomination LV, Lord level. Description: an indescribable aggregate of calamities. Run: this is not something you can fight. Holy crap. Why are there only question marks? The players craned their necks, staring at the overwhelming monster, dropping their weapons in terror before it. The players, who had just moments before thought themselves invincible, felt as insignificant as dust. Clatter. A drop of viscous black liquid fell. The moment it hit the ground, the drop of liquid instantly solidified into countless calamity worms, emanating a terrifying aura of curse. Holy crap! Black rains. Countless insects burst open their mandibles, which were filled with sharp teeth, and writhed as they lunged at the stunned players. High-dimensional perspective. Titan abyss. Gu Yuan's consciousness instantly locked onto this location. In his field of vision, the monster's attributes were laid bare. Calamity and hatred level, LV70. Status: hunger rage. Evaluation: a high-level curse left behind by the cataclysm of annihilation. If this were unleashed on an ordinary habitable planet, given a month, it would be enough to destroy the entire planet's surface ecosystem through devouring and assimilation. Finally couldn't resist showing your face. Gu Yuan showed no panic whatsoever, in the contrary. He felt a sense of relief. I'm not afraid of your strength. I'm afraid of your hidden strength. He had always known that the curse within him had not been removed, but his internal defenses had completely collapsed, collectively going on strike, leaving him utterly powerless to deal with it. Furthermore, his own magical energy was firmly sealed, preventing him from actively clearing it away. Although the players are currently struggling to compete with the initial capital they provide, the other revived clans within Gu Yuan are not to be underestimated. Resist the invaders, Gu Yuan issued a divine decree. Emerald City the next second, the Thunder Messenger, who had been standing in the square cosplaying as a sculpture, suddenly opened his eyes and moved its body. Originally only a few meters tall, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Countless golden runes swirled around it. With a deafening roar of overload, it drained all the spiritual energy within a radius of several kilometers. The players' expressions changed drastically upon hearing Ling Shu's words. Dude, how am I supposed to regenerate mana if you use it all up at once? Well, aside from the Spirit Hub's ability to barely absorb some free psionic energy and regenerate mana with the third-tier energy affinity skill, and the Blue Slime's ability to release some hidden backup energy, most ordinary players with only energy resonance are simply running out of mana. No, that's not ordinary at all. They're considered top-tier players outside. The Thunder Messenger remained indifferent, showing no concern whatsoever. Eliminating the abomination was his primary objective. Divine Body Defense Mechanism activated. Target locked. Calamity Abomination. Threat level high. Boom. The Thunder Messenger slightly bent his knees, then suddenly leaped up. The ground instantly cracked open, creating a huge crater. The Thunder Messenger transformed into a golden meteor, piercing the dim sky with unstoppable momentum, and crashed straight into the 1,000-meter-tall black monster. The players were all stunned. Holy crap, this is a battle of gods in the sky. A golden meteor collided violently with a black mountain peak. Thump. After a loud bang, the sound suddenly disappeared. The energy wave generated by the impact instantly emptied the surrounding air, creating a brief vacuum immediately afterwards. A visible white shockwave swept out, instantly dispersing the green, poisonous mist covering a radius of 100 miles. The weaker divine guards and most of the spiritual envoys and fate weavers were scattered and defeated. It was like detonating a small tactical nuclear bomb. Only hunters and those oddball players who have chosen micrometer-level manipulation can land gracefully. Although the Thunderbringer was only 1% the size of its opponent, its Thunder Spear easily pierced the abomination's skin. Golden lightning surged wildly into the monster's body, wreaking havoc within it to onlookers. All they could see was a surge of electric light within the abomination's dark, viscous body, with countless dense black dots twitching and writhing. The keen-nosed livestreamers perked up and quickly called on the team's handicraftsmen to build a watchtower. Climb up and immediately start their livestream. Shocking grim. The Thunder Messenger actually infused it with Calamity Abomination. A must-see re-upload. The untold story of the Thunder Messenger and the Abomination. They even gave the live stream an outrageous title, Awe. It roared in agony, its massive body not cumbersome, but countless black tentacles lashed out like whips, each strike carrying the power to shatter mountains. The Thunder Messenger nimbly dodged in the air, or used its lightning shield to withstand attacks. The leaping golden lightning and the black corrupting aura collided wildly in the air, each clash triggering a violent earthquake. Is this what high-level combat is like? Longzhan Yuyi stared wide-eyed, forgetting even to take a screenshot. Even he, in the face of these two behemoths, probably couldn't withstand even a single aftershock of the battle. Stop daydreaming, look up. Feng Xing Tianxia's loud shouts woke everyone up. This isn't real game cutscenes. They are now part of the battlefield themselves. Something from the CG fell down. After being severely struck by lightning, the black, viscous substance on the surface of Abomination's body began to fall off like rain. Smack, smack. As soon as the black raindrops hit the ground, they immediately began to wriggle. transforming into arm-thick calamity worms. Are the gods fighting in the heavens while we're stuck catching their shit on the ground? Yun Zhangyu was a little afraid of insects. Looking at the calamity worms, she felt a chill and quickly cast buffs and shields on her frontline teammates. Miraculously, Dolly raised his shield, blocking a clump of falling black mud. Watch out. These monsters are cursed with annihilation. Don't get touched, the data whiz frowned, observing the main battlefield, and quickly analyzed, based on previous information and the performance on the main battlefield. The curse is weak to electricity. If any teammates are affected by the curse, don't panic. Use Thunder Lord to electrocute them directly. That feels great. Now I can finally legitimately shock my teammates. The Thunder King cackled wickedly. All personnel defend. Tianxi roared in the public chat, defend Emerald City. Don't let these filthy things touch us. If you do, immediately find an electric generator. Don't let them in and destroy our respawn point. All divine guards charge with me. Long Zhanyu took the hit of a teammate's chain lightning, wincing in pain from the shock. But seeing the curse of annihilation debuff slowly decreasing on his body, he felt reassured without hesitation. Together with Dolly Chu Chijai, they organized a group of divine guards who lined up in a row, shield in hand, and charged into the monster horde like bulldozers. Great fortune is coming. The pitch-black swarm of insects was instantly pushed back. From above, it looked like a mop had been used to vigorously stir up the dusty ground. It's so relaxing. The anchors on the distant watchtowers quickly took notes and put this footage into the spring cleaning, hoof-trimming carpet washing group. Countless calamity-causing creatures descended from the sky like a black blizzard, even more exaggerated than the black rain recorded in the HEPA reliefs. Thunder Lord, stop wasting mana. Just die and refresh your mana bar, electric grid coverage. Hunters, go up and catch the stragglers. Don't let the bugs into the city, beneath the sky where Gaul, LD and Black intertwineth, fourth calamity roared in fury. E-Sky was split in two. After being caught off guard at the beginning, Abomination quickly adjusted and became evenly matched with Thunder Fury. Half of it was a Merciopercividethly black, the curse emanating from Calamity and Abomination. The other half was a dazzling pure gold, the nerve impulses stirred by Thunder Messenger. From the perspective of ground players, this was an absolutely disproportionate match. The Abomination's body was 1,000 meters tall, like an active volcano built from countless rotten substances and worms, spewing out dark clouds that blotted out the sky with every breath. The Thunder Messenger, however, remained in human form, standing only a few meters tall compared to hatred. It is so insignificant that it is not even worth a mosquito. But the ants are outsmarting the elephant. Roar. The Abomination let out a chaotic roar, not a vibration of its vocal organs, but the wailing of tens of thousands of devoured souls within its body. Countless fissures suddenly appeared on its massive body, and thousands upon thousands of tentacles formed from intertwined black calamity worms. Like a vast black net covering the heavens and the earth, broke the sound barrier in an instant and rushed towards the golden light. This attack sealed off all blind spots in space. Buzz. The Thunder Messenger did not dodge. It simply hovered silently in the air, lightning surging in its golden eyes. The next instant it vanished. His entire body transformed into a pure bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. The Abomination's attack missed its mark. When it reappeared, it was already standing on the enormous head of the Abomination. Let's call it a head for now, since the Abomination doesn't have a clear biological form. Sizzle, the Thunder Messenger raised one hand high, frantically drawing in free spiritual energy, and directly seized a handful of raging golden lightning from the void. The lightning was forcibly compressed and solidified in its hand, eventually transforming into a thunderous judgment spear tens of meters long. Nerve block puncture PFFT, the golden spear, carrying devastating kinetic energy, plunged deep into the Abomination's skull. Awuo. It roared in agony, its massive body convulsing violently. No blood gushed from the woundily golden plasma poured in, instantly carbonizing the black worms that were trying to repair it. But as a member of the gods race, this lord-level monster possesses an outrageously tenacious vitality. A strange black light suddenly surged from its wound. Countless black buds proliferated wildly, actually forcibly pushing the thunder spear out. Immediately afterwards, a huge gash split open on its back, and an invisible black ripple spread outwards. Domain skill echoes of annihilation curse. As the ripples swept across, the air within a radius of hundreds of kilometers seemed to rot. Players were horrified to see their curse of annihilation progress skyrocketing, causing mages to frantically use potions and electrocute themselves. I'm speechless, can't you be a little gentler? I told you to learn some theory, but you won't even learn to control your strength. Longzhan cursed loudly in the wilderness. But when he turned around, he saw that the Thunder King looked completely innocent and showed no remorse. And above, the golden shield surrounding the Thunder Messenger flickered violently, and his previously solid body trembled slightly. It retreated several hundred meters. Seizing the opportunity, countless tentacles anticipated the landing point and came crashing down with frenzied slaughter. The Thunder Messenger flickered in the air, disappearing each time just before the tentacles touched it. It was like a golden phantom dancing between the giant's fingers, nimble, deadly yet walking on a knife's edge, requesting support. Without further hesitation, the Thunder Messenger calmly issued the signal. It suddenly stopped in midair, its whole body trembling. Neural bridging, requesting a B404 node response. Sizzle, a massive golden portal suddenly opened up. On the other side of that door lay the familiar scene of the City of Light in the lungs. Then, another identical Thunder Messenger, Lung B404, stepped out. Holy crap, they are calling for reinforcements. Even NPCs can call for reinforcements. The players on the ground were in an uproar. The two Thunder Messengers stood side by side, like two golden suns. Even within the colossal body of a Titan, the Thunderbringers are an extremely rare high-ranking member of the race, numbering no more than 100 million. Each Thunder Messenger is extremely precious, and their seamless teamwork forms a vital part of the Titan's internal defenses. Even though they are far from their peak now, two of them can easily take on a Tier 3 calamity. Without a word, they raised their hands simultaneously. Double Thunder Prison Chains. Two thick golden chains bound the abomination's left and right halves respectively, fixing it firmly in midair immediately afterwards. The two messengers simultaneously made a downward pressing gesture. Booms, booms, booms. Chains of countless lightning bolts bound the hatred, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky engulfing it. But that's not all. Hatred erupts in desperation. The body begins to swell rapidly, attempting to self-destruct and contaminate the entire liver lobule for a cursed creature. Self-destruction doesn't mean death, but rather the spread of the cursey new life. A devastating reaction was detected. The two Thunder Messengers exchanged a glance, their forms transforming into pure lightning, and they began to overlap and merge. Titan Familia Body Colossus. Don't forget they are also Titan Familia. Shining with golden light, the Thunder Messenger, originally less than 10 meters tall, swelled in size amidst the light. 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Until it reached 1,000 meters, holy crap this is. A towering golden giant of light materialized. It stretched out its massive hand and pinned down the abomination that was attempting to self-destruct. As if it were pinning down a maddened toad. Huh. You look familiar, is that you, Dago? The battles in the sky are like an epic tokusatsu blockbuster. But the battles on the ground are like a disaster movie. Stop watching the show. Those bugs falling from above are going to kill us. With a roar, Feng Xing Tianxia wielded his dagger, which transformed into a blur as he dismembered several insects that fell from the sky. As the abomination was wounded black, gelatinous substance dripped continuously from its body. Each drop that landed on the ground would quickly wriggle, swell and transform into a monster. The monster's level also increases as the abomination's core is damaged. From the initial LV-20 to the current LV-30. You know these are monsters. Many of the divine guards have already been cursed and transformed, turning around to attack their teammates. This is practically a monster airdrop healer. Give me a heal, my health bar is red, wait, why is it black? Holy crap, that added #*% roar. Another divine guard convulsed, transforming into a calamity familiar, and turned to deliver a head-on blow to Longzhan Yuyi. Holy shit, before the battle, Longzhan had already equipped himself with a giant shield and managed to withstand a wave of insects. But his health was almost depleted, caught off guard. He received a brutal blow that nearly knocked him to his knees. Miracles happen with great force. They arrived immediately and with a single fiery punch. Burn the guard until his protein smelled burnt. If you're bad at it, just practice more. Dolly mercilessly mocked the half-kneeling. Lowly health Longzhan, here it comes. The great healing spell. With a wave of the cloud pomelo staff behind him, a dense white light fell upon Longzhan. However, the expected recovery did not occur. Dragon Zhan Yuyi suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His left arm, which was enveloped in healing light, not only failed to heal its wound, but instead swelled up wildly like an inflating balloon, sprouting countless lumps and purple blisters. System warning, affected by the curse of annihilation. Life energy has been distorted. Healing effects have been converted into hypertrophic damage. Your flesh is rioting, holy crap, stop jinxing it. This is poison. Looking at his arm, which had turned into a tentacle and was no longer under his control. Long Zhanyu was on the verge of tears. What kind of crazy mechanism is this? Flesh-based magic is completely useless. It goes berserk when it encounters a curse. Only the biogel shield is of any use. Call me first. Call me, hurry, you need to remove the curse to heal. Not far away, Liang's, who was originally preparing to make a big splash, suffered an even more tragic fate. The Flesh and Blood Ascension Guild's prized Flesh and Blood Gundams, built at great expense, immediately betrayed them after being tainted by the black rain falling from the sky. Those creatures, stitched together from the flesh and blood of various monsters and players, slapped their masters into the ground and then joined the monster army. The casualties spread like a chain reaction, and the battlefield was in complete chaos. Some players were killed instantly by a single drop of spit from an abomination because they got too close. Others tried to pick up scraps but were surrounded by hundreds of calamity worms and were devoured to the bone in seconds, without even having time to transform into a calamity. Thunder Lord, only electric-type attacks can defeat him. Tian Se shouting hoarsely from the rear commanded. All mages forget about mana consumption. Unleash all your skills, healers. Don't use healing skills immediately. Wait until the lightning ends before healing. Drink potions, drink your own potions, in this chaos. Players truly experienced what it means for gods to fight, and mortals to suffer. They could only struggle to survive like ants beneath the feet of two giants, dodging the deadly black rain falling from the sky, while despairingly discovering that their prized healing abilities had become death warrants. I can still fight. Stop, 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 I'm so P*******D healer, what are you doing? A player stared in despair at his chest, which had just been healed and then exploded. Before collapsing to the ground, he rose again moments later, now a member of the Calamity clans. This scene will be permanently recorded in the Titan Chronicles, compiled by casual gamers in the sky. The Golden Giant of Light, 1,000 meters tall, a colossal projection of the fusion of two thunder messengers, slowly raised its mountain-like right fist. A pure and ultimate release of energy. Lightning flashed everywhere's divine punishment. The fewer the word skills mentioned, the bigger the task. Boom, the Golden Giant Fist, carrying world-destroying kinetic electrical and psionic energy, slammed heavily onto the Calamity Abomination's frantically regenerating body. This punch seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. The Abomination's massive body trembled violently in the golden light, letting out a final mournful cry. The black calamity laws within it, which were still resisting, crumbled instantly before the overwhelming divine power. Like snow meeting lava crack. With a crisp shattering sound, this once invincible LV-70 Lord began to crumble from the top of its head, turning into countless black fragments. Woohoo. Awesome, however, just as all the players were preparing to cheer their victory, just as Fengxing Xiangxia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end. Hunting instinct in that instant. His dangerous instincts kicked into their peak. Every muscle in his body was throbbing wildly, urging him to act. Leave, run, run, run. Fengxing Xiangxia suddenly looked up. In the instant that hatred collapsed, pitch-black energy suddenly coalesced and then expanded rapidly. Driven to the limit by his hunting instinct, he vaguely saw a scene a few seconds later, a black shockwave so dense it was almost tangible. Like a detonated dirty bomb, spreading outwards at an extremely fast speed. That's the curse of the calamity's offspring returning after death. Run! With a sharp shout, Fengxing Tianxia let out a powerful roar. But he didn't run away immediately. His gaze instantly locked onto two people who were still in a daze not far away, the server's #1 healer Yunjing Yu and the #1 strategist and controller Data Maniac. Save as many as you can. He knew that those top players were all close to level 34. And if they died, it would be a huge loss. Fengxing Xiangxia gritted his teeth. Bullet time. Instant step brush. Fengxing Xiangxia's figure disappeared from the spot. The next nanosecond later, the Data Maniac who was observing the battle felt a tightening around his waist and was sent flying like he'd been hit by a train. Yun Zhongyu fared even worse, being grabbed by the back of the neck by Fengxing Tianxia like a chick. Holy craps, Data Maniac and Cloud Pomelo. These two fragile creatures couldn't withstand the extreme speed at all, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood, leaving 2 red streaks in the air. I'll go. Take me with you ×2. The Tianxi and Lei Dian Fa Wang in the back row, being of higher levels and reacting quickly, narrowed their eyes upon seeing this. What the hell? It's overweight. Fengxing Tianxia completely ignored the 2 outstretched hands. Many Ghost Blade players at levels 28-29, and even 30 also felt a strong sense of crisis. Seeing the veterans taking the lead, they didn't hesitate to activate bullet time or even use instant step to catch up. Reverse charge, however, they started slowly and progressed slowly, and their peak speed could not match that of Fengxing Tianxia. Wait a minute, boss, help. Dali Chukaji and Long Zhanyuai turned around and only saw a receding afterimage. Completely bewildered, Shunpo. Fengxing Xiangxia only has one path in his eyes. Kick your legs, you idiot, swish, swish, swish. Only a series of black afterimages remained in the air. Fengxing Tianxia carrying 2 people flashed 12 times in a single second. Each landing point was at the absolute limit of distance. The 2 men on his shoulders were already foaming at the mouths, but Fengxing Tianxia ignored them. The terrifying acceleration made the 2 people being lifted experience 1,000 times the g-force of an astronaut in a short period of time. It's breaking. There is only one location where absolute safety can be guaranteed. No other shelter can guarantee survival. The underground chamber of the Hepa Pyramid. The moment they rushed into the underground chamber of the Great Pyramid of Hepa, rumble of the outside world is quiet. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as it landed, Yun Zhongyu collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale, and then vomited with a loud whoosh. I can't take it anymore, Zuh. Why does this game have to make motion sickness so realistic? This usually elegant nanny was now lying on the ground, retching without any regard for her image, as if her brain had been shaken up by Fengxing Tianxia. The Data Wiz next to him was in an even worse situation. He lay on the ground, his face ashen, and shakily pulled out a bottle of life-restoring medicine and poured it into his mouth. Brother Feng, this isn't saving someone. This is murder. The Data enthusiast pointed to his status bar. Looking utterly dejected, internal organ displacement. Multiple comminuted fractures, bloodshot eyes. Those few dashes just now must have had an acceleration of at least 1000 G. Right, and it was only a few seconds. You managed to run from next to the H78 to the H77. You're unbelievable. I feel like my liver just popped out of my throat. The data enthusiast unusually swore, ugh. The data fanatic suddenly vomited a mouthful of fragments of internal organs. Sister Yuzu, please heal me, please. Feng Xingxiangxia leaned against the door, his entire body trembling violently. Leading the group had taken a heavy toll on him. His skill panel was now filled with debuffs like muscle tear, bone fracture and ligament rupture. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stopped talking nonsense. Just being alive is a miracle, check the forum. The forum was filled with wailing and howling. A truly chaotic scene. Because the outside world has turned gray and white. Although the thunder messenger in the sky deployed a golden electric net at the last moment, neutralizing 90% of the curse's shockwave. The remaining 10% still swept across the entire battlefield. The once bustling battlefield now stands with thousands upon thousands of black statues. Those were players who didn't have time to run into cover. They remained in the postures of cheering, fleeing, or reaching out for help, when the cursed power instantly destroyed them, turning them into fragile black charcoal splash. Tens of thousands of players turned into ashes and returned to the city en masse. System notification. A high-energy calamity reaction has occurred in Area H78. Current player survival rate in the area, 9%. The aftershocks alone wiped out most of their elite troops. High-dimensional perspective Titan Abyss. That's great, let's eat. Gu Yuan watched as the black energy scattered across the sky after the abomination's death. Under the powerful purification of the Thunder Messenger, these originally deadly curses were stripped of their calamity laws and restored to the purest high-energy particles. That wasn't just the essence of a third-order being in the universe, but rather the calamity of annihilation lurking within him. An immature time bomb. Enjoying the power of an 11th-tier god, a great tonic. Slurp without any hesitation. Gu Yuan waved his hand and swallowed the massive energy stream in one gulp. System notification, ingest high-level divine nutrients. Increase in bioenergy reserves, 5 billion boom. Driven by Gu Yuan's will. The immense spiritual energy bombarded the seal on the demon's heart, creating a small splash before falling silent. Gu Yuan was helpless. Too many 11th-tier beings participated in the battle that day. The seal had countless layers, never mind. Give the rest to the younger ones, anyway. The players are cheap, so resurrection costs are low and work efficiency is high. With a thought, Gu Yuan sprinkled the remaining wisp of golden divine power, no bigger than a fingernail, onto the surviving players and the two thunder messengers below. The players, who were still basking in the joy of surviving the ordeal and taking group photos on their teammates' corpses, suddenly noticed that golden rain was falling from the sky. Gu Yuan kept a little bit, intending to distribute it to the unfortunate players after the others revived. The raindrops falling on me caused no harm. Only a warm and comfortable feeling. The wounds that had been ravaged by the curse healed instantly, and the dried-up blue bar was replenished in a flash. System notification, you have been blessed by divine grace. Racial ascension in progress, ascension failed. Already a core titan familia. Racial potential has reached its limit. Permanent boost to all attributes. Gain a huge amount of experience points, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Countless beams of upgraded golden light shone through the crowd, illuminating the previously dim liver as if it were daytime. Holy crap, I leveled up twice, I'm level 29 now. And my experience bar is even more than half full. Outrageous. This experience point reward is way too generous. It's equivalent to what I gained from grinding monsters for half a month. Thanks to my buddy for the rocket. Boss, you're so generous, in the basement Yun Zhangyu, who was still vomiting and data maniac, who was still coughing up blood, instantly recovered from their injuries. and golden light indicating their upgrades also appeared above their heads. Fengxing Tianxia glanced at his own panel level up, LV. 33 LV current potential points, 7. He was already close to level 34. And now he's leveled up twice. That saved him more than a week of grinding time. Chen Feng took a deep breath. A glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, LV 35. He finally saved up enough points to unlock the next Tier 3 talent. He opened the third tier talent tree of Neural Sequence, Blue. And his finger trembled as he tapped the icon he had long coveted, a dagger spinning at high speed. Talent unlocked Deadly Tempo Game Effects. Passive, your attack speed defies normal limits. Each time you hit the same target consecutively, your attack speed increases, and your critical strike damage gradually increases. This effect stacks indefinitely until you are out of combat or the target dies, maximum 300%. Real-world reflection. Description: enter a flow state. Your neural reaction speed will be completely synchronized with your consciousness. When entering combat mode, combat instincts will surge. Your body will possess autonomy. And without conscious commands, muscle memory will automatically execute the most perfect attack movements. And you can predict the enemy's next move to some extent. Fengxing Xiangxia closed his eyes, feeling the coolness rush up his spine and into his brain. At this moment, he could feel the rhythm of Yun Zhongyu's heartbeat, and could even predict the data maniac's next move of raising his hand. This is deadly rhythm. Fengxing Xiangxia suddenly opened his eyes, the Fang of Origin in his hand spinning rapidly at his fingertips, leaving an indistinct afterimage. Just like the icon of a game talent, as the Calamity and Abomination completely dissipated, the two liver lobules began to gradually recover. The golden afterglow of the Thunder Messenger was slowly purifying the land. The purplish-black diseased tissue began to peel away, revealing the newly formed reddish-brown epithelium beneath. Those withered lurkers and calamity creatures that had managed to survive, now free from their lords, controlled the area in a frenzy. Even the boss is dead, this place is far too dangerous. On the battlefield, surviving players and those who had just respawned were all doing the same thing, looking down at their character screens. Everyone here is an elite. We can go all out on talent upgrades now, what a huge loss. Long Zhanyu sat on the ground, staring at his LV. 34 experience bar, his heart aching. I was almost level 34. I should have been able to jump straight to 35. But I died once and lost half my experience. Now I'm still stuck at LV 34, Miracle of Strength. Tianxi and Thunder King were also unlucky. Although they found cover in time, they were still affected and took the last wave of AoE damage. Half of their experience points were deducted. Only the trio who had previously been hiding in the basement made a fortune. Sharp Edge across the world, LV 33 LV. 35 current experience 15% maximum Yunjingyu, LV. 33 LV Data Maniac, LV 33 LV 35. Stop yelling everyone, level 34 isn't low, hurry up. Everyone locate your talent points first. I want to see the skill effects. Based on their previous practical experience, everyone quickly completed the skill point allocation. As a mindless lightning mage who only casts spells, the Thunder King has selected Energy Absorption from the Spirit Pivot sequence in pursuit of ultimate sustainability. Talent unlocked: Energy Absorption. Game effect: after defeating a target, automatically absorb their remaining psionic energy to replenish your own, thus ensuring mana sustainability. Real-world scenario: metabolism is entirely energy-based. There's no longer a need for ordinary food. Life can be sustained simply by basking in sunlight. Moonlighter absorbing geothermal energy. The body can even be strengthened by absorbing flames or electricity. I'll try biting a lighter after I log off. Goodbye everyone, Thunder King is offline. In order to better command and analyze weaknesses, Tianxi and Data Maniac simultaneously selected Psychic Vision. Talent unlocked: Psionic Vision. Game effect: see through all energy shields and disguises, directly observing the target's core energy circuit. Real-world mapping, the eyes become magical energy organs, allowing observation of the energy flow in magical circuits. As soon as their talents were activated, Tianxi and the data maniac felt a sharp pain in their brains. Although their brains had been enhanced by the Titan talent tree, the amount of information that could be obtained by activating their psionic vision was simply too much, exceeding their current limits. It can only be activated temporarily. The two understood after much deliberation. I decided to use the flesh domination skill from the flesh and blood sequence to increase his survivability and forge an immortal body. Long Zhanyu activated cellular regeneration. Yun Zhangyu then selected Life Furnace Overclock, and subsequently allocated 3 points to the remaining 3 Tier 1 talents. The remaining 3rd tier talents in the flesh and blood tree have limited impact on healing output. So as a healer, she decisively chose to address her weaknesses to prevent herself from dying instantly. Well, I'm actually kind of thinking about getting the Titan's favored body. Getting bigger would definitely be so much fun. After pondering the flesh and blood domination technique for a moment, Dali Chu Chi Guai, a pseudonym, showed a delighted expression. Suddenly in front of everyone, he started taking off his equipment. Stop, stop, stop. What do you think you're doing? Dali tossed the newly acquired large shield aside, gave a wicked smile and said, watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once, crackling and popping. Miracles happen with sheer force. His muscles exploded, and his right hand grew incredibly large, transforming into a giant shield. With the Flesh Dominator talent, Mom won't have to worry about my gear breaking anymore. My body is the most powerful weapon. Dali, beaming with excitement, wildly showed off his versatile limbs. Let's log off. Fengxing Tianxia closed the panel. Let's test the reality mapping. Everyone knows the strength of the 3rd tier talent. The reality mapping data is very important. Underground headquarters of Titan Engineering Bureau, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. With a hiss as the hydraulic hatch opened, a row of silver-white gaming pods opened simultaneously, with their sharp edges traversing the world and their dragons battling in the wilderness. These 7 players, standing at the pinnacle of global prowess, opened their eyes almost simultaneously. For safety reasons, their gaming pods were all moved to a top-secret underground location. As the world's strongest humans, they couldn't afford any mishaps or disturbances while playing the game. Official document: top secret. Titan Games is the main storyline of our time. We must protect every player while curbing crimes committed by superhumans. Laws specifically targeting superhumans are urgently needed. Thank you all for your hard work. Director Ban Jiangguo and Professor Gu had been waiting for some time with a team of researchers in white coats. They have staff on duty every day, diligently monitoring the forums and staying informed about game news. They were already aware of the recent massive wipeout and the substantial rewards the participating players received. I heard you guys completed another campaign in the game. What's your level now? Have you acquired any new Tier 3 talents? Professor Gu's eyes gleamed with fervent enthusiasm. Quick to the test range, we need first-hand data. Ever since Chen Feng teleported in reality and Lei Zhan, Li Zihan, and Fang Xi released their psionic energy and cast spells in reality, all the researchers at the Titan Engineering Bureau and the Psionic Research Institute have become obsessed with the Titan game. Comprehensive Test Site No. 01. The huge, enclosed space was filled with all sorts of sophisticated instruments. Lei Zhen was the first to step onto the testing platform to test energy absorption. Mr. Lei, please hold this conductive rod. Lei Zhen grasped it as instructed. As the voltage increased, an astonishing scene unfolded. A high-voltage current, powerful enough to instantly scorch an ordinary person, surged into his body, but instead of being injured, he groaned comfortably. Holy crap, this is so awesome. The instruments showed that his body temperature was rising rapidly and his cell activity was surging. I shouldn't need to eat anymore. Lei Zhen opened his eyes, faint blue arcs of electricity flickering in his pupils. I should be able to directly convert and absorb various forms of energy now. This circuit was like it was charging me. I even felt a sense of fullness and satisfaction like when I'm eating. I'll try sunbathing later. Reality mapping, energy devouring, complete energy consumption of metabolism. On the other side, Wang Daqiang held a mirror and stood in front of a researcher. Scrutinizing him, then his face actually changed. He used all his strength to move the muscles and bones in his face. And it actually became 70% similar to the person in front of him. Reality mapping, flesh domination, localized reshaping of physical form. Wang Daqiang released the control it out a long sigh. And his facial muscles slowly returned to normal. This skill is a bit tiring. However, I have several bold ideas. Quickly put away your audacious ideas. Zhao Qiuo had nothing to do. Li Yu had already tested his newly proposed third-tier talent, and it showed a significant increase in his self-repair ability and vitality in reality. Fang Xi and Li Zihan were observing and testing everyone present. In their vision, the world is no longer merely a representation of the material world. A myriad of colorful elements are clearly visible under their psionic vision. Amazing, incredible scientific research skills. But we're combat players. Now we have no choice but to use this tactic to find the weaknesses of magic-based monsters. Finally, all eyes were on Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood in the center of the shooting test area, holding only a thin wooden stick that looked like a chopstick. Let's begin the highest setting, Chen Feng said calmly. Brother Feng, the highest level is a supersonic rubber bullet. And it scatters randomly, the operator hesitated. What does it matter? You've already tested my blink and bullet time abilities. Even if I can't catch them, I can just flash away, okay. At the command, the surrounding launch ports instantly spewed out a dense barrage of bullets. In that instant, Chen Feng moved, no to be precise. His body reacted the instant the bullet was fired. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and the world seemed to pause in his eyes. The instinct to fight took over my body. No need to think, no need to judge. The body seemed to possess an independent consciousness. The massive spine twisted wildly, driving the limbs to perform all sorts of unbelievable evasive maneuvers. The wooden stick in its hand became a blur, snap, snap, snap. All the bullets aimed at vital organs were deflected, while the rest grazed the hem of her clothes, fatal tempo. The test was over. Chen Feng put away the wooden stick without even pausing for breath. That's terrifying. Professor Gu looked at the series of data on the screen that broke human limits. Took a deep breath and said to Ban Jiangguo, director, I simply can't imagine a scenario where superheroes are everywhere. But the current reality forces us to prepare early. Compared to our top players, the level 20 players that the US so heavily promotes are like earthworms compared to Tyrannosaurus Rex. As even now, I'm not sure if they can even be considered human anymore. What if they've already developed reproductive isolation? The psionic blockade can't be broken for now. Then let's use some material to repair it. With a thought 5 billion units of bioenergy, all in boom. With the injection of that massive 5 billion units of bioenergy, the colossal body spanning several light years trembled slightly. A portion of the bioenergy surged into the reclaimed, lost territory. The lungs and liver, with large areas of cleared disease, became healthy and powerful. The remaining large amount of biological energy spread along the spine of the dragon and surged into its nerve endings. Expanding neural networks, call. Gu Yuan's consciousness finally broke free from the dazed, half-awake state and became clearer than ever before. Buzz, his divine sense, swept rapidly across his body, allowing him to see the situation in the abyss more clearly. Oh, it's quite lively, isn't it, in my consciousness? The surroundings were bustling with activity. Around his divine body within that seemingly empty nebula, a dense array of shadows now lurked. It was a group of creatures like interstellar behemoths, countless ninth-order cosmic star devourers. Like a burning nebula, greedily sucking the energy emanating from his wounds from afar. And densely packed eighth-order cosmic void statues, like gargoyles composed of countless asteroids, quietly hiding in the cosmic dust, patiently waiting, completely unaware that they had long been exposed to the Titan's divine sense. This scene was like a whale fall further away, deep within those distorted spatial rifts. Gu Yuan could still vaguely sense several familiar gazes. Those were beings at the 10th or even 11th rank. However, it was clear that everyone was half dead. Tusk, you've survived this long. Are they all waiting for me to die so they can get a share of the spoils? Looking at the menacing predators, Gu Yuan felt no fear. Only an endless chill. He slowly opened his eyes. The previously noisy abyss suddenly choked. As if in disbelief, the beings that had been lurking around, whom the inferior civilization regarded as gods, showed no divine demeanor and fled frantically into the distance. Not a single creature dared to attack a Titan. Not even a Titan that was critically wounded and on the verge of death. Snort, although he couldn't mobilize spiritual energy. The life furnace within Gu Yuan's body was constantly operating at a high frequency. A wave of energy compressed to its limit swept across. Slow-moving 8th-tier creatures couldn't even put up a fight. They were vaporized in SWAT as the universe was silent. And all life present tried their best to conceal their presence. A small deterrent move. The cost wasn't too high, acceptable. The aura of an 11th-tier being is gone. They ran really fast. The 8th closed beta test is starting. 1 million new slots will be distributed. The planet Earth was abuzz with excitement following an announcement from the Titan system. Titan Genesis server-wide announcement, server expansion complete. 8th test slots are being distributed, 1,000. 0 new activation codes have been added. Selection rules completely random. New feature, random distribution. Random distribution. Cost, starting debt of 3,000 bioenergy. No interest if repaid within 10 days. Then 5% daily interest. Excessive debt will affect your ability to purchase items from shops. Benefit starts with a special item BioBeacon X1. Unfolds to create a simple respawn point. Online functionality supports squad drop. Enter a squad invitation code. Up to 5 players can spawn at the same random coordinates. So sudden, go get it. In an instant, the global internet crashed, excluding infants, the elderly, and underdeveloped and chaotic areas. There are approximately 4 billion reservations worldwide, with a winning rate as high as 1 in 4,000, the U.S. Capitol building, Capitol Hill, was quiet today, with only the sound of cleaners sweeping in the corridors. The hearing on sanctions against the extraordinary powers of the Dragon Kingdom, which was supposed to take place, was forced to be cancelled because the number of attending members of parliament was less than 5%. Those impeccably dressed congressmen who usually spout nonsense about national interests have all vanished. They're hiding in their luxurious estates or private shelters, lying in top-of-the-line life support pods, staring intently at the lottery interface, or frantically making calls to black market brokers. For these elderly people who wield the highest levels of secular power and wealth, once they hear that some people have actually experienced rejuvenation and cured terminal illnesses in games, matters of national importance become irrelevant. A budget of 10 million US dollars, I only need one code. Whose it is, I don't care. That old Fox Smith is almost level 20 in the game, what? He got into the game during the 6th closed beta, damn it. I want to get in too. This is a ticket to Noah's Ark. The Golden Triangle Wild Wolf Special Zone in Southeast Asia. This place has become an independent kingdom. Tanlang, dressed in a sharp suit, sat in his office. At this moment, he was the absolute local tyrant of this chaotic land. On the table in front of him were dozens of brand new gaming helmets. Boss, we got lucky this time, the subordinate reported obsequiously. Over 200 civilians from several villages and towns within our controlled area have qualified this time. Very good. Zhang Kuang lit a cigar, his expression indifferent. Follow the rules. Those willing to hand over their spots will receive good citizen certificates for their entire families. A $50,000 reward. And will be under my protection in the Wild Wolf Special Zone. No one will dare touch them, those unwilling. He didn't finish his sentence. But his subordinates understood, here Tanlang is king. He used his military power and resources to establish a strict tribute system. All activation codes must be handed over, and he will distribute them to his most loyal and combat-talented subordinates. How many people are in our Wild Wolf Legion now? Zhang Kuang asked. Our elite troops at level 20 and above have exceeded 300. The confidant rubbed his hands excitedly. With the heavy weapons provided by Counselor Smith, our firepower is now even stronger than the regular army here. Zhang Kuang exhaled a smoke ring. His eyes burning with ambition, keep recruiting. There are already at least 200. Level 20 players worldwide, and the Dragon Kingdom accounts for the majority of them. We can't compete on quantity, so we must compete on quality and ruthlessness. In this chaotic world, having troops at your command gives you peace of mind. In his mind, the Dragon Kingdom was always the ultimate hypothetical enemy. But he wasn't stupid, he knew that for now. He could only cower and not disturb this behemoth neighbor. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike the madness and chaos abroad, order remains maintained here. But undercurrents are swirling. Official document. Notice on strictly prohibiting public officials from illegally obtaining and trading Titan activation codes. All civil servants currently in office must remain at their posts. No one may leave their post. No one may participate in any form of black market trading. Violators will be dismissed from both their party and public office and will be held criminally liable. You can use the one you draw yourself, but you need to arrange your official duties first. The official stance is firm and clear. The state apparatus must not be allowed to deteriorate. Behind the scenes, the nation is concentrating its resources on major undertakings. Titan Engineering Bureau Data Center. Reporting to the director. According to Big Data Screening, it is estimated that over 200 lucky individuals within my country will qualify this time. Looking at the large screens, Ban Jiangguo issued the pre-prepared instructions. Launch the New Century project. Activate all our channels to collect activation codes. These activation codes will then be centrally distributed. Who should be given priority? The assistant asked. First priority, 500 researchers urgently needed by the Psionic Research Institute. Second sequence, the first batch of students in the Department of Psionic Powers at Kyoto University. They are the seeds of future magic. Third tier, top special forces soldiers from various military regions. We need more experts in Daxia. This game slot is considered a strategic resource that concerns the nation's fate. Hardcore Temple City of Light Lungs. The white light never stopped flashing, people. People everywhere. The graphics in this game are absolutely amazing. Look up. Every starting village was packed with new players. However, a large number of players opted for random placement. Under Gu Yuan's control, the randomly placed players were evenly distributed throughout Titan's body. The players' footprints were found in every organ of Titan's body. High-dimensional perspective Titan Abyss. As Gu Yuan watched the rapidly growing light spot within his body, the sense of urgency he had felt due to the surrounding powerful enemies eased somewhat. 2 million soldiers, insignificant to a god. But these players can grow stronger rapidly. Although most of them are still very weak. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Next chapter coming soon. I'm busy checking everyone's custom characters. Dragon Kingdom. The only male dormitory of a 211 university in Jiangnan province. Room 119. I got it. Holy crap, I got it. A loud screech. Loud enough to shatter a thermos. Broke the tranquility of the dormitory. Bang. A pillow was suddenly thrown down from the upper bunk, followed by an exasperated voice. What are you yelling for? You scared your dad to death. This happened at the crucial moment of takeoff. What's your name, third brother? Did you win the lottery? Vivo 50. The brother in the upper bunk next door also poked his head out. Even more awesome than that. I won the 8th closed beta test qualification for Titan Genesis. Lucky dog, wait, I won too, I also. The four men stared at each other in disbelief. A 3-second silence followed, then erupted in a wicked, maniacal laugh. Crackling sounds. This dorm room, nicknamed All Bad Guys, had all its members win the lottery. Room 119 is arranged by age from oldest to youngest, and the children address each other by their ranking. Quickly log ins. Let's give that old titan a little college student shock. The four men hurriedly put on their helmets. Character creation interface. Boss ID brother don't. Occupation Fate Weaver. Second brother ID Mindstorm. Occupation Spiritual Pivot Envoy. Third brother ID Wolf in the Waters. Occupation God Guards. Fourth brother ID Light in the Night. Occupation Hunter. All four of them are fun-loving types. Getting them together is a disaster. Brothers, what do you say? Go to the 3 newbie villages. Or go to the random drop-in area and become a gambler. Is that even a question? Mindstorm chuckled as he adjusted the character creation data. Trying to sculpt an ancient god. Hearts are for normal people. For us chosen ones, it has to be random. A debt of 3,000 is nothing. Landing here is a win. Go, go, go. I have a feeling we're about to take off. The four of them formed a team and without hesitation chose the red skull button. Mode selection, random drop-in. Biobeacon has been bound. Coordinates are being generated. Random numbers are fluctuating wildly. Deployment has begun. Unknown coordinates inside the Titan. After a violent spinning sensation, a smack. 4 people fell from midair like dumplings being dropped into a pot, landing on a soft purple grass. Ouch. The pain feels so real. Wolf in the Water rubbed his backside and got up. As a god guardians, his game character was burly and thick-skinned, but he still habitually groaned twice. However, when they took in their surroundings, the 4 of them fell silent. Guys, am I still dreaming? The light in the night swallowed hard. This doesn't feel like the inside of a living organism at all. Beneath my feet stretched a vast purple grassland, and in the distance rose majestic black mountains. A fluorescent river meandered by. All around me grew all sorts of strangely shaped plants, some resembling giant mushrooms, others like floating jellyfish. But the most breathtaking thing is the sky. There is no sun here and no clouds. The entire sky took on a deep and eerie blue-purple hue. And in the very center of that blue-purple sky, a huge ellipsoid that occupied the entire sky floated. The sphere was covered with dense black lines, like a huge black scar that tore through the sky, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Where the hell am I, dude? Don't. Staring blankly at the sky, this looks like a planet. Is there a planet inside Titan's belly? This art style is off. What happened to the flesh and punk? How did it turn into an alien exploration? Could we have time traveled? Mindstorm logged off and back on at lightning speed. That's strange, we didn't time travel. The forum is still there, and most people are still crammed together in the heart of the demon world. Only we seem to have fallen into some terrible place. There is a complete ecosystem here. There is gravity. And there is air. If it weren't for the game panel of Titan Genesis constantly reminding them that they were inside a Titan, they would have definitely thought they had entered another science fiction game. I've struck gold. The 4 immediately switched to screenshot mode, frantically snapping photos of the eerie yet magnificent scenery. Quick posted on the forum. I've already thought of a title. Shocking. We've discovered a planet inside Titan. What's that big black sphere in the sky? B404 City of Light Plaza. Meanwhile, another part of Titan's body presents a completely different style. If that lucky dorm room was an alien adventure, then this is the university registration site. With the launch of the Spark project, hundreds of top scholars from the Dragon Kingdom's Psionic Research Institute, along with the first batch of genius students from the Psionic Department of Kyoto University, were all born in the City of Light B404. The place was instantly filled with the pungent smell of knowledge. Oh, Professor Zhang's, you've arrived too. Wow, Academician Lei, look at your physique. You actually chose the Divine Guard, you're quite robust. Lo, so you want to switch to the Infernal Guard to research your innate fire abilities. Starting a new research project so quickly impressive. A group of elderly professors, who are usually weak and helpless in real life, are now excitedly gesturing to each other in the square. Controlling game characters that are either heavily armored and muscular or agile and full of energy. In the game, their physical abilities are quantified, now. They can lift hundreds of kilograms of stones with one hand. And their speed is several times that of ordinary people. Professor Gu ID Chinese letter A professional spirit master was also in the team at this moment, marveling at the realism of the games. Everyone from the Dragon Kingdom, please assemble here. Keep quiet. Great Wall 1 arrived with the Great Wall Watch Patrol team. Professors, students. Great Wall 1 looked at these scholars, whose eyes still gleamed with a thirst for knowledge even after they had become muscular men, and smiled helplessly. I know everyone's excited, feeling stronger and wanting to go out into the wild to find a couple of monsters to practice against. But please remember our mission. Great Wall 1 pointed behind him there. The Dawn Guild's construction team, with the help of the Flesh Crafters, is building a skyscraper from the ground up. A huge plaque is being hung up, Kyoto University Titan Branch. Great Wall 1 said solemnly. Although your game characters currently have high stats, it doesn't mean you can immediately decipher advanced magic. Only upon reaching LV20 unlocking the talent tree and completing the initial integration of the Titan sequence talent reality mapping will your real-world brains and sensory organs be able to truly perceive the flow of magical energy particles. Before that, you can only learn the theory and cast spells. Therefore, the next month will be a period of military training for everyone. A young student in the audience raised his hand. Are we going to be taken to grind monsters and level up? Great Wall 1 nodded. The experience curve for leveling up in Titan games is exponential. Even with a skilled player helping you reaching LV20 will require at least a month of intensive gameplay. You guys have to go too. Great Wall 1 dragged back those who tried to escape, like chickens, including quantum mechanics. Although they had been in the game for quite some time, they mostly stayed in the City of Light reading, damn it. They're not even playing the games. They're still spinning and spinning. Furthermore, simply gaining experience points is meaningless. You need to familiarize yourselves with this extraordinary power. Learn how to use skills and how to position yourselves. The Great Wall Watch Guild has developed a detailed rotation plan. Great Wall 1 points outside the city, where rows of crimson ships are moored ready to set sail. Starting today, Kyoto University's Department of Psionics Titan branch will be under semi-military management. This morning, you studied basic magic theory and analyzed the Herpa slate under the guidance of your light energy bacteria mentors and senior students within the city. In the afternoons, led by soldiers from the Special Operations Regiment and the Great Wall Watch, teams went to the bronchioles of the lungs in batches for live fire drills. Don't even think about slacking off. And don't even think about being a lazy bum, Great Wall no. One revealed a smile that was half that of a headmaster and half that of a military training instructor, which was quite eerie. In this world, intelligence equals combat power. Whoever reaches level 21st will be able to apply for the primary use of the real-world psionic laboratory. Everyone roll it up for the truths. A burning passion ignited in the eyes of the scholars in the audience. For these top students, leveling up by fighting monsters might not be as fun as conducting magical experiments. But if they see it as a necessary preparation for advancing their technology, then they'll work harder than anyone else. Who could resist the temptation of personally recreating their own magical theory paper in reality? Stop dawdling, roll it up already. Kyoto University's Department of Psychic Powers is officially open for business. Right Kidney Freedom City. This is the core stronghold established by Wings of Freedom, the largest guild in the Eagle Nation. From the very beginning of the sixth closed beta test, they attempted to overtake others by taking a shortcut and set their sights on this location. Now, it has gathered many professional players and has several players over level 20, demonstrating considerable strength. Unlike the more disciplined model in Daxia, the right kidney area exuded a strong capitalist atmosphere. After the eighth test began, many powerful figures and conglomerates from the United Kingdom came here to recruit soldiers and horses. The vast renal cortical plain was divided into neat square areas. Each area was marked with a flag bearing a different symbol, representing different conglomerates families, or political factions in reality. The heirs of the Morgan family, elders of the Rockefeller family, and even several members of European royalty. These newcomers, who had just obtained their 8th beta test qualification and were only at LV1, were being fawned over by their respective hired power leveling teams. They don't need to move around or perform any special actions. The Wings of Freedom Guild provides them with top-tier nanny-style service, as long as they pay enough real-world currency or resources. The guild will arrange for its strongest fighters to cripple the monsters, feed them to the guild, and give the lion's share of the experience to the elites. In this place called Free City, money is not just about purchasing power. It is directly converted into lifespan and strength. There was even a special group that other powerful and influential people would take the initiative to greet. Mr. President, you have such refined taste. The man referred to as Mr. President ignored them and instead enthusiastically chatted with several serious-looking players. On the other side, Mr. Smith. The target's health has been reduced to 3%. An aggro has been locked, Congressman Smith, who entered the game early already had a head start. His boosting service was quite mature, and he brought along several friends who were new to the game. A steel barrier clad in bone armor wielding a bone shield held off a massive stone colossus, LV-22, behind him. Several poison rangers used grappling hooks to restrain the monster's limbs, rendering this ferocious elite monster immobile. At a safe distance, Representative Smith stood with his hands behind his back. He was decked out in top-tier equipment, fully enchanted and enhanced, making him quite eye-catching as a level 19 Thunder Lord. He could freely unleash lightning spells in the game, a power he thoroughly enjoyed. Very good. Smith gracefully raised his hand, and a ball of blue-white lightning gathered on his staff. Feel the thunder of God sizzle. A thick chain of lightning struck the giant's head precisely. The monster let out a mournful cry and vanished in a shower of white light. System notification: defeat the stone colossus LV-22. Defeating a higher-level opponent grants a large amount of experience. Golden light shone forth. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV-20. Although he also entered during the 6th closed beta test, Commissioner Smith had many real-life commitments and couldn't spend all his time in the game. So his level was slightly lower than that of the top players in the 6th closed beta test. Finally, Smith closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He eagerly opened the talent panel. His eager, urgent gaze swept over the cellular regeneration that could extend lifespan, then fixed its unwavering attention on the psionic sequence. As mentioned earlier, his judgment was astounding, how powerful the combined effects of other talents could be. He, Smith, was no short-sighted man. Death was a distant prospect. He wasn't in a hurry to prolong life. His immediate priority was to acquire individual power and become a mage. Tier 1 talent unlocked, brain overclocking in an instant. Smith felt his mind become incredibly clear, and his intelligence calculation ability and logical reasoning ability were greatly enhanced. It's wonderful, this feeling of being young again. The dullness and forgetfulness that are early signs of Alzheimer's disease in real life have all disappeared. His mind has become as sharp as a knife, as if he has returned to that afternoon when he was 30 years old, just entering politics full of vigor and confidence, pointing out the direction of the country. That's right. That's what I wanted. Smith closed his eyes, savoring the sensational look of ecstasy on his face. Then he opened his eyes, a glint of ambition in them. "Congratulations, boss," Zhao who had been waiting nearby. Immediately handed over a blue slime. After squeezing it a couple of times, the slime reluctantly released a puff of psionic energy. "Boss, shall we continue? Take a break. You guys go pull the monsters first." The smith grabbed the slime and pinched it. An unknown planet, a purple grassland. The four boys in the dormitory are experiencing a true hellish start. PFFT, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wolf in the water, the third brother, flew out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the purple grass. The inferior bone shield given to him by the newbies in his hand had a large crack in it. "Third brother, hold on, dude, no." The leader was jumping up and down anxiously behind him. Clutching a faint green glow in his hand, "Hold on tight. My healing isn't keeping up, don't die too quickly." Before them stood a demonized horned rat, LV5 normal. The size of an ox covered in purple crystalline spikes. "After playing games for so long, this is the first time I can't even beat a level 5 monster. Although this thing is just a lowly creature on the planet. It moves with lightning speed and is extremely aggressive. I'll take your heads." Wolf in the water scrambled to his feet. His face covered in mud. "Who designed this pain system? It feels like my ribs are broken from just one bump." "Stop talking nonsense, where's the damage output?" "Second place. Mindstorm, second boss, as a spirit master with only LV1. He was currently sweating profusely as he waved his staff. Loading now, don't rush me." After holding it in for a long time, a white magic bullet finally condensed at the tip of his staff. This is the most basic non-elemental magic attack. "Call out." The magic bullet flew out and hit the horned rat on the forehead. -15, the horned rat shook its head after being hit, but immediately regained its senses and charged even more fiercely while squeaking. "The damage is too low, fourth brother, they're here." Light in the night, old fourth cuts in from the side. As a hunter, his movements are slightly more agile. He holds a polished rib dagger and plunges it fiercely into the soft spot of the horned rat's abdomen. The green blood splattered. -40 weakness critical hit, hiss. The horned rat hissed, its eyes turning blood red rate. With a sudden downward thrust, the light in the night was lifted several meters high. Holy crap! The light in the night lost its balance and fell flat on its face. Pulling and pulling, do you even know how to play? The first one to die has to bring a week's worth of food. Dude, don't, he quickly added more treatments. Watch me do it. Wolf in the water glanced at its health bar and hardened its heart, taking advantage of the horned rat's frantic butt-butting of light in the night. It roared and pounced on the horned rat's back. He straddled the horned rat's back, gripping its horns tightly with both hands. "Heh, I've got the monster under control. You guys hurry up and attack, hiss." The horned rat felt the weight on its back and flew into a rage. It thrashed about violently, leaping and bounding, trying to shake the person off. But the person on its back clung to it like glue, refusing to let go no matter what. "It's going to work. It's going to work. The stomach is the weak point, focus fire." Nightlight shouted, clutching his bleeding buttocks. The four people were in a sorry state, surrounding the horned rat, using shield bashes, spell bombardments and stabbing it wildly with daggers. Finally, after the third rat was thrown off for the nth time, it let out a mournful cry and lay motionless on the ground. Defeat the demonized horned rat, LV5. The four men collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. A monster." The leader stared at his nearly empty mana bar, on the verge of tears. "The four of us almost got wiped out fighting a level 5 monster. This game is way too difficult, but the experience gained is truly substantial." The second child lay sprawled on the grass, gazing at the enormous object in the sky. Adorned with black stripes, these stripes seemed to have shifted position. This meant their planet was rotating, and its rotation period wasn't long. "That means we're fighting monsters way above our level." The fourth brother wiped the blood from his dagger. "The monsters on this planet are incredibly aggressive, and they all seem to have a berserk buff. Stop lying there, get up and search the corpse. The third child ran over excitedly. Look what that alien mouse dropped. He reached out and touched it. Obtained enchanted crystal Fang X1. Teeth imbued with spiritual energy. Received 1 minor magic meat chunk minatoxic meat. A chunk of meat, the leader's eyes lit up. Is it edible? It shows slightly poisonous. The third brother scratched his head. It should be fine once it's cooked through right. Never mind, let's find a safe place to start a fire. The fourth brother cautiously surveyed the dense purple vegetation around them. In the distance, increasingly unsettling growls echoed. But no wild beasts were in sight. This place is too dangerous. We need to find a spot to build a base and respawn first. Let's go, let's check out that mountain. There looks like there's a cave, ora. The 4 of them, like primitive people, carried the carcass of their prey and ran, disappearing into a crevice in the rocks, thus beginning their first day on the alien planet. A high-dimensional perspective, the Titan Abyss, Gu Yuan discovered that 4 players had randomly landed on the magical planet orbiting the Demon Heart. The demonic heart is surrounded by countless planets, each home to many of his followers during the War of the Gods. The ecosystems of these planets suffered immense damage, and the concentration of psionic energy dropped drastically, under the dual pressure of drastic ecological changes and the enemy. Their civilizations suffered enormous losses. Some even regressed from their once glorious psionic civilizations to a primitive era, an age of knowledge gaps, where they could only cast spells based on intuition and instinct. I don't know whether to consider them lucky or unlucky. H77 Hepatic Lobule Margin Bile Duct Canyon. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down. Even players who are used to grand scenes can't help but feel a dizzying sensation from megalophobia. It's hard to describe this as a canyon, because it's clearly a bottomless abyss that has torn the continent apart. According to Tianxi and Data Maniac's calculations, this bile duct running between the liver and gallbladder is probably longer than the vascular road they previously built connecting the City of Light. At this scale, the so-called river in the canyon is actually a vast expanse of yellowish green, highly acidic water. Swimming across to explore the gallbladder on the other side is clearly impossible. The corrosive liquid there is enough to melt your current bone armor in 3 seconds. Not to mention the countless withered lurkers lurking below. We must build ships or airplanes. Using mechs might be feasible, but it would be far too energy-intensive and difficult to carry that much fuel. Royal Dynasty Guild. Wind direction determined, buoyancy test passed. The player with the ID Hannibal is standing in front of a huge biological workbench, holding a scalpel that is still dripping blood. As a ruthless individual who is also a surgeon in real life, he joined the Imperial Dynasty Guild's artisan group after committing the ruthless act of Trojan horse surprise attack on the void-devouring insects, and performed an inhumane dissection on the calamity demon butterfly he had previously killed. These magical butterflies have a levitation sac filled with light gas on their backs. Hannibal said, pointing to the enormous creature behind him. If there are enough of them, they can take us into the sky. Behind him was the flesh and blood airship Origin 1, a vessel stitched together from hundreds of enormous insect sacs. Take off. As the cable was cut, the airship slowly rose into the air. Dozens of fully armed flesh and blood craftsmen hung from the baskets, waving excitedly. Woohoo! Take off, however, just a few kilometers after the airship flew off the cliff. Buzz, a deep rumble echoed from the depths of the canyon. This enormous diced organ after Titan lost control of it. Subtly developed characteristics of living which, according to the theories of the Earthlings, is Gaia consciousness. The previously calm airflow suddenly became violent. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, countless fleshy strips resembling blood vessels suddenly shot out, transforming into hundreds of meters-long anti-aircraft tentacles that frantically lashed out at the air. Immediately afterwards, countless acid spitters LV-35 emerged from the holes in the rock wall and unleashed a saturation attack on the airship in the air. Holy crap, this canyon is alive, the airbag ruptured. It's leaking air, boom. Origin 1 lasted less than 10 minutes in the air before being riddled with holes and plummeting into the bile sea below, trailing a long plume of black smoke. Regional Channel XDM. I regret to inform everyone that the Dynasty Guild's Leap Forward plan has failed. All of our engineers have perished. I urge everyone to observe a minute's silence. Regional Channel, get out of here. Go pick 9 lotus flowers, watch our performance. Regional Channel, hey everyone upstairs, where are you? I've come to see the joke. Blood and Flesh Ascension Guild. HMPH, I knew anything that flies in the sky was unreliable. Liang looked at the crashed airship and disdainfully pushed up my goggles. Behind him stood his guild members, brimming with dreams. Before them stood a monstrous amphibious skeleton war machine, entirely constructed from the bones of various monsters. It is also embedded with a large amount of flesh and fascia, making it the culmination of the Flesh and Blood Ascension Guild's current technology. Bones are the hardest, we'll travel by water. Get in the waters. The enormous skeletal chariot thundered into the Bile River. At first things went smoothly. The skeleton's high corrosion resistance held up against the acid. But once they left the safe zone, the calm surface of the liquid suddenly boiled, glug glug. Drawn by the commotion of the chariot, a group of corrupted megalodon LV 45 elite, the size of whales, rose from the deep sea. They opened their massive jaws filled with fangs and took a bite out of the chariot's skeleton. Click. Hard bones are as brittle as biscuits in front of these deep-sea behemoths. President, the chassis is leaking. How can a shark even get ashore? Suddenly, the shark sprouted 4 legs, climbed onto the deck of the tank, and began slaughtering the players. Regional Channel friends. The Flesh and Blood Ascension Guild's sea crossing plan has unfortunately failed. But luckily we went further than the airship. Our technical approach was correct, although both attempts ended in total annihilation. The players at the respawn point were not discouraged. Instead, their eyes shone with an even more fervent light. Hannibal, I think next time we can use Void Shell to make armor for the airbags. Liang, our tanks need to be equipped with weapon systems. We also need to get some herpa poison coating to kill monsters. Improve it, let's get started. Mashinbu. The game system did not tell the 4 boys in the male dormitory the name of this planet, so they took it upon themselves to name it Jiangnan University Office in Dormitory 119 of Titan Game, or simply Planet 119. These 4 are experiencing their first night on an alien planet. This is way too dark. The light in the night, huddled by the campfire shivering. This planet has an extremely short rotation period. Only about 10 hours, just a moment ago it was still light. And in the blink of an eye it has become night in the sky. Several planets also, captured by the Titan's heart, reflected a faint teary light. Stop shaking, play your cards, dude. Don't as a fate weaver. He used the plant fibers he collected during the day to weave a simple deck of cards. To 3, a royal flush, holy crap, you second in command. Do you even know how to play? You played a royal flush against a pair of 3s. 4 people were playing Du Diju, a card game around the campfire, trying to ease the terrifying atmosphere outside. Just half an hour ago, the overconfident third brother, Wolf in the Waters, tried to sneak out under the cover of night to hunt 2 monsters. But before he'd gone far from the cave entrance, a dark night dire wolf LVs 10 elite with glowing red eyes bit off his head in the darkness. The scene was so beautiful that the remaining 3 decisively moved stones to block the cave entrance, vowing not to leave until dawn. The monsters on this planet go berserk at night. Their attack power is ridiculously high, and their vision is incredibly sharp. The third brother, rubbing his neck after being resurrected, still felt lingering fear. It's impossible to play this game. Just then, boom. A dull thud pierced through the thick rock wall, even shaking several pieces of rock off the cave's ceiling. Was there an earthquake? No, there's light. The 4 men immediately dropped their cards and crowded around the gap in the stone blocking the door, peering out at the very distant horizon. The once pitch-black night sky was torn apart by a blinding white light. That wasn't natural lightning, it was a massive, perfectly geometrically shaped magic circle of light. It lit up half the night sky immediately afterwards. Countless meteor-like fire rained down from the light array, bombarding the earth even from this distance. They could feel the earth tremble and the magical fluctuations in the air. Holy crap, Mindstorm gaped, that's a forbidden spell meteor shower. There's a war going on this planet. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the leader's eyes. And judging by their firepower, they're definitely not the kind of primitive tribe that only knows how to throw stones. This is a high magic civilization. The four of them exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Brothers, at daybreak tomorrow we'll head in that direction. I have a feeling there's a powerful figure I can latch onto there. Or there's a major plot point that can be triggered. 119 stars at dawn. A gigantic, sky-obscuring object rose from below the horizon, its black streaks slanting across half the sky. And the planet was once again bathed in light. The light in the night squinted and looked up at the sky. Did you figure something out? The light in the night, coming to her senses, pouted. There's nothing there in front of him. Three furtive figures were bent over, busy at the entrance of the cave. Hey, that skill of yours is disgusting. It's sticky and stringy. Wolf in the water moved stones while looking at dude. Don't want to with disgust, you're disgusting. I misjudged you, prisoner. As a fate weaver, brother don't, although only LV2, has already learned to secrete high-strength biological adhesives. At this moment, he is putting all his effort into spraying the gelatinous biological gel into the cracks in the rocks. Shut up, this is called tactical reinforcement. If you're so capable, don't make me heal you next time. Dude, don't, he wiped his brow, our only valuable asset. The bio beacon is in there. Each one's worth 3,000 bioenergy. If we go out to grind monsters and our base gets robbed, we'll have nowhere to cry after half an hour of earthwork. The four men finally sealed the entrance to the cave, leaving only a small opening the size of a dog hole. They even sneakily planted some thorny purple bushes as camouflage. Perfect. Their base is a carefully selected top-tier cave, located at the foot of the mountains. It's convenient to get around, well ventilated. And very nice, the second brother Mindstorm patted the dirt off his hands with satisfaction. Even a dog wouldn't be able to find the door. Alright, let's go. Today's goal is everyone to LV3. Charge towards that magic power from yesterday. The four players stood tall and strode into their second day of exploring the alien planet. The four students from dorm 119 maintained their formation and moved forward quickly. Their environment was a purple savanna dominated by dense grasslands. Danger lurked everywhere on this vast land. As newbies at only LV2, their movement speed while on alert is only about 10 kilometers per hour. Of course, if they encounter a monster they can't defeat, their escape speed can be much faster for safety's sake. The four formed an extremely shady long snake formation, with the hunter scouting ahead, the divine guard bringing up the rear, and the spirit pivot envoy and the fate weaver sandwiched in the middle. They were itching to hunt low-level beasts along the way, but unfortunately many of the creatures were level 70, 80, or 90, and they didn't even have the time to glance at them. What are you going up there for? To give them extra food? You're lucky you weren't attacked first. As time went on, the four of them inevitably became somewhat discouraged. There's movement ahead. The light in the night suddenly crouched down and made a gesture. A fist-sized fluorescent beetle LV0 flew out of the grass. Dude, don't. He rubbed his eyes, made sure he wasn't seeing things, and laughed. Level 0, there's such a thing. The poor little bug was just passing by. It didn't even show its health bar. Get it? The four men, having spent half a day hiding and dodging, were filled with resentment and immediately charged at him as if they had seen their father's killer. Take this, shield bash, electric shock thrust. Splat asterisk. The beetle was instantly crushed into powder. Kill the fluorescent beetle, gain 1 experience point. 4. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Mindstorm contentedly put away his staff. On this grassland, no insect is innocent. Those that fall into our hands will be caught and refined in an instant. Become our nourishment, hehehes. However, this arrogant attitude did not last long. 300 meters ahead, a group of creatures covered in sharp thorns and with blood-red eyes were gnawing on the bushes. Horned rat swarm LV5 quantity 54 ahem. How about we take a detour? Wolf in the water shrank back slightly. I think we should be working to maintain world peace. Like going to the spot where that forbidden spell landed yesterday to mediate a world war. Instead of bullying rats, seconded. The four men immediately cowered, switching from bully mode to stealth mode, even lowering their breathing as they tiptoed around the swarm of rats from downwind. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. After traveling 5 kilometers, we reach the water source. A river emitting a faint blue glow flows quietly. Can you drink water in a game? Dude, no way. I licked his lips. There's a big rock up ahead, perfect for a rest. Just as light in the night was about to plop down on a moss-covered rock by the river. Wolf in the water with sharp eyes suddenly pulled him back. Holy crap, don't sit down. That thing looks alive suddenly. A crack appeared in the stone, revealing countless spiral-shaped sharp teeth inside. Disguised giant mouth LV-15 status, hibernating. This monster can actually mimic human form, send. Mimicry. If it weren't for Wolf in the water, noticing that this thing seemed to have legs growing from its bottom, they would have suffered casualties. We'll have to respawn at their cave base then. What a waste of all that time, Dark Souls 365 miles warning. Holy crap. The light in the night was so frightened that she sat down on the ground with a thud. Cold sweat pouring down her back. If I had sat down like that, I would have become takeout. SHH, don't wake it. The four men tiptoed back 100 meters like thieves before daring to catch their breath. This planet is insane. Mindstorm exclaimed indignantly. Even the rocks on the roadside want to eat people. After traveling 20 kilometers, the four of them fled east and west until they reached the foot of a massive, dark mountain range at midday. The demon's heart emitted a ghostly glow, its colors defying description. If one had to put it into words, it might be described as a kaleidoscope of colors. This light seemed to far surpass the spectrum that the naked eye could discern. Sunlight bathed the grassland, and the endless stretches of vegetation swayed gently, as if they were cheering and jumping for joy. The roars of the beasts which had been rising and falling gradually quieted down. Psionic tide, psionic regeneration speed plus 300%. Wow, awesome, Mindstorm grinning smugly. With endless blue bars. The happiest person is undoubtedly the mage. The group of four looked at the distance, rolling black mountains, and decided to find a mountain pass to cross over. That mountain doesn't look very high. Only about 1,000 meters if we climb over it. We should be able to see the glowing spot from last night. Dude, don't, pointed ahead, however, as they drew closer. The ground beneath their feet began to pulsate rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. Was there an earthquake? No, look at that mountains. The light in the night felt his mouth go dry and pointed ahead in fear. Suddenly, the black mountain range that had been blocking their way moved. The rocks above crumbled, revealing black, iron-like scales beneath. That entire mountain range was actually a colossal beast. Coiled and slumbering, it simply rolled over, and the resulting wind pressure nearly blew the four people away. Earth Dragon LV, sorry to bother you. Without any hesitation, the four turned and ran. Along with them, charging in the opposite direction, came a large group of bizarre creatures. They didn't dare stop and look back until they had run 2 kilometers. The mountain was no longer moving, as if it had just been an illusion. Who the hell designed this map? I ran into a max-level boss right outside the newbie village. Mindstorm, I feel so weak, pathetic, and helpless. Just as they were questioning the meaning of life, a loud bang suddenly came from the edge of the jungle not far away. Boom, several giant purple trees hundreds of meters tall were snapped in half by the impact. A gigantic creature charged out, Mountain-bearing beast LV-18 Elite. Description: a gentle, slow-moving giant beast. You can even ride on its back. This is a colossal beast that stands 30 meters tall. It looks somewhat like a giant tortoise, and it actually carries a small mound on its back. With trees growing on it, it is usually mild-mannered. But at this moment, it is in a state of extreme rage and terror. Because it is being hunted. A black lightning bolt flashed around its massive body. Ghost Leopard LV-20 Elite, it was a leopard. Only 2 meters in size, its entire body as black as ink. Its speed was so fast it left afterimages with each flash. It unleashed a sharp claw strike, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on the mountain beast's thick hide. Roars! The mountain beast roared angrily, its massive feet stomping the earth and causing tremors like a magnitude 7 earthquake. It attempted to suppress the small creature with gravitational waves. But the ghost leopard was too agile. It was like an elegant dancer, gracefully dodging all the attacks, then leaping up suddenly, transforming into a streak of black light, instantly piercing the throat of the mountain-bearing beast. PFFT blood gushed out like a waterfall. In the distance, the 4 members of Dormitory 119 lay neatly on the ground in the grass, not daring to utter a sound even though their faces were covered in blood. Boom! The 30-meter-tall mountain beast let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust 100 meters high. The ghost leopard landed gracefully on the corpse and licked its paws. Its vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, intimidating the nearby predatory beasts that were eager to pounce. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the ghost leopard began to enjoy its feast. Goodness. Wolf in the water swallowed hard. A level 18 tank instantly killed by a level 20 assassin. Is this the true value of high agility and high penetration? Light in the Night asked, his eyes filled with longing. Don't even think about it, dude. Don't. Held back Wolf in the waters, who was itching to rush up and loot the corpse. Once it's full and gone, we'll go collect the remaining bone fragments. By then, this corpse will definitely attract a lot of wild beasts. We can pick a few low-level ones to ambush, and we should be able to level up to LV3, right? The 4 men lay prone in the grass holding their breaths, until the menacing ghost leopard elegantly licked the blood off its paws and vanished into the depths of the jungle as a black shadow. Let's go, the boss has finished eating. The wolf in the water was excitedly about to rush out. Wait, dude, don't. He grabbed him. Look over there, that's our competitor. As the overlord departed, countless greedy figures emerged from the surrounding bushes. The tiger's body trembled. X4. Holy crap, so many monsters hiding here. This is incredibly sneaky, Wolf in the water frowned, shielding his roommates in front of him. You dare scare away the bull demon king? You're some kind of divine guard. The 3 hid behind the wolf in the water, observing the situation inside the arena. Those are various low-level scavenging creatures responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. One of them is a creature that looks like a hyena, but its back is covered with mangy purple fur. Its teeth protruding, it drools foul-smelling saliva. Rotten Tooth Hyena LV3 normal status, hungry. They swarmed towards the about 7 or 8 at a time, cautiously approaching the mountain-like corpse of the mountain-bearing beast. Besides them, there were also several giant blood-sucking mosquitoes, LV2, and a swarm of flesh-eating beetles, LV1. Strangely, these creatures, who usually fight each other whenever they meet, are now living in peace. They tacitly occupy a corner of the corpse, feasting without disturbing each other. Thank you for nature's gifts. Light in the Night licked his lips, twirling the bone dagger in his hand. Brothers, those bugs are too small, suitable for area of effect attacks. How about we take out the hyenas first? Those mangy dogs are only level 3, and they're all busy eating completely unsuspecting. With 4 of us at level 2, a sneak attack should take down 2 of them in one go right. Done. Mindstorm has already started casting. It's practically in our mouths, we have to take it. The 4 exchanged a glance and revealed wicked smiles. 3, 2, 1, let's get started. Eat my thunderclap. Mindstorm launched the first attack, letting out a strange cry. A bolt of lightning roared out and struck precisely on the rear end of a hyena that was gnawing on a bone. Zzz boom, the hyena let out a miserable howl. Its tail crackled with electricity, and its health bar instantly dropped by a third. Meanwhile, Wolf in the Water charged forward with its shield raised, knocking another one to the ground. Light in the Night stealthily flanked from behind and delivered a critical backstab, taking down a low-health enemy. Don't. Bro then cast a thin layer of biological armor on everyone. Hahaha, awesome experience gained. Just when they thought it was just an easy sneak attack, suddenly the entire dining area fell silent. Dozens of rotting-toothed hyenas, a dozen or so giant blood-sucking mosquitoes, and even beetles on the ground, which were engrossed in their meal, all stopped at the same time. Dozens of pairs of eyes, flashing green and red, all turned to look at the four uninvited guests. The air seemed to freeze. What they didn't know was that in this cruel wasteland, there was an unwritten rule among the weak scavengers. After the higher creatures have eaten their fill, everyone can share the remaining spoils. This is a gift from nature. However, during mealtimes, all diners must respect each other's privacy. This is the tacit understanding among all the weak. Everyone eats leftovers, and no one is more noble than anyone else. The only way to survive is to eat quickly and run away before stronger predators return. Any act of overturning the table is seen as a provocation to all diners. The Wolf in the Water froze in midair, his hand holding the shield. Why? Have they stopped eating, I feel? Nightlight swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. We seem to have broken some unspoken rule, hiss roar. The diners, their eyes gleaming with menace, slowly circled around the four. Although only the hyena had been killed in the player's sneak attack, all the creatures now surrounded the players. As one of the larger level 4 hyena leaders roared, all the beasts simultaneously went berserk. Animal language, you rude bastards, eat them, rumble. Dozens of hyenas charged like mad dogs, while giant mosquitoes swooped down from the sky like bombers. Holy crap, full map aggro, runs. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. The four turned to run, but it was too late. The beasts were enraged. They abandoned the meat before them and vowed to kill the four troublemakers first. There's no escape, dude, don't. Looking at the dense mass of red names around him, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Brothers, let's fight. Anyway, dying means losing half the experience. We're currently over 80% level 2. So if we take a gamble and level up 3 levels before dying, it'll be a huge win. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is a huge profit. Let's go all out against them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 streaks of white light flashed by. 4 people emerged from the biobeacon in perfect unison. The cave was dimly lit, with only the lingering warmth of the campfire lit the day before. The 4 people sat on the ground hugging their knees, and the atmosphere was extremely dejected. Died again. Yeah, dead again. This time he was killed by a pack of dogs. That was you, you weaklings. I was sucked dry by a mosquito with a mouthpart as thick as an arm. How embarrassing. There was a 3-second silence. Wolf in the Water suddenly burst into laughter. Did you guys see that? The second brother's staff hit the dog's head, and it actually bounced back. Is this the melee ability of a noob mage? It's hilarious. Get lost, how dare you say that? Mindstorm immediately retorted, you are mere tank guard. Couldn't even stop 3 dogs. You were tackled to the ground and bitten all over. Yet you shouted fire at me. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were acting in an anti-Japanese war drama. But it wasn't a bad deal, the old man dude don't. Check the stats. Even though we died once, at least we leveled up to LV3. And we figured out one of this planet's little mechanics. Don't anger everyone when you're doing something stupid. Of course, there's a lot of potential in utilizing this little mechanism. The 4 exchanged glances, knowing exactly what the other was thinking. Heady, of course. Shifting the blame eastward. Using someone else to do the dirty work. Next time, let's go in a different direction. Nightlight pointed to the mountain range directly opposite the cave, which looked no different from any other ordinary mountain range from a distance. He drew a diagram on the ground. It's ridiculous that the mountain where the Bull Demon King is located is actually a big boss. Besides, that direction is full of packs of mangy dogs. And the jungle looks quite dangerous. Let's go another way. This side also seems to be a forest. Suitable for sneaky tactics, agree, regroup. For the supremacy of Star 119, let's go. The four carefree college students dusted themselves off and strode out of the cave once again. Stop, XDM, I suddenly realized something. We don't have any NPCs here. Bioenergy can only be purchased directly from the gene shop. It can't be used for enchanting or enhancement. 8 eyes facing each other, JPG. The A725 segment of the bronchioles in the lungs. Unlike the chaotic wilderness survival scene in Dorm 119, this is the most conventional style of Titan Genesis flesh and blood woven into an invisible dome, with a crimson starry river stretching across the sky. This is the A725 bronchiolar lesion area. The fried chicken and beer squad, together with another squad called Salted Fish Thrust, are standing in front of a bronchial passage covered in yellow mucus. Team leader Lin, the boss room is just ahead. The one speaking was the captain of Salted Fish Thrust. A LV-14 Divine Guard, opposite him was Lin Zai LV-15 Swift Hunter, the renowned captain of the fried chicken and beer squad among the newbies. Although they don't have the combat power of the top tier, level 30+, who can easily unleash devastating attacks. As veteran players from the 7th closed beta, they possess a wealth that newcomers from the 8th closed beta cannot match. Of course, Ethis is compared to ordinary players. Not to conglomerates, be nervous. Lin Zai calmly kneaded the lava slime in his hand. We searched for a long time in the bronchioles before finding such a low-level lesion. We made ample preparations for this, cobbling together a huge number of combat units. This is just a level 20 lesion boss. We don't need to fight tooth and nail. We can just use our minions to easily take it down. He snapped his fingers. Men, get out there and get to work. Splash behind them, a vast mixed legion rose to their feet. Most striking were the 5 enormous overseers, ancient macrophages. These were super tanks they had temporarily hired at great expense. After this job, their wallets would be empty, and they probably wouldn't be able to afford to hire them again. These ancients weren't very intelligent, but they were tough, had high defense, were obedient, and could withstand a lot of damage. As long as they were given enough food, they would attack wherever they were told. 2 Silverwing Sentinel Rangers LV-18 stood silently, their expressions aloof. These were NPCs they had rented from the mercenary system, released in the ancient abyss. Although they consumed a lot of bioenergy, their output was stable, and they also came with the armor-piercing skill powerful enzyme dissolution, making them essential for boss battles and allowing them to form a perfect combo with the main force. Besides them, there's a vast army of all sorts of pets. Happy Fat Otaku LV-14 Energy Storage Guardian is leading 3 mutated rampaging hounds. Life in the World LV-14 Flesh Fortress has a light energy jellyfish, responsible for buffing, and several blue slimes perched on its head. And even the usually taciturn Redemption is accompanied by several headless horsemen. That's the power of money. The players of the Salty Fish Squad were dumbfounded. We're having fun playing ARPG combat. And you guys are all playing RTS. Keep a low profile, a Shadow LV-15 Ghost Blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere, exuding an unfathomable aura, drawing envious glances from the casual players. But what they didn't know was that the 5 men at the fried chicken and beer bar were secretly bleeding inside. This is a huge investment. If we lose, we'll be back to square one. Lin Zai took a deep breath, his expression serious. Prepare for battles. Lin Zai drew his long sword, full of vigor and ambition. The Ancient One goes in to absorb the first wave of damage. Silverwing Sentinel armor break. All pets attack freely. All we need to do is follow behind the tank. Look for opportunities to use our skills. Finish off enemies at crucial moments. And then shout 666, a Huxia internet slang for awesome. Ahead, the slime aggregate LV 20 boss had just emerged and hadn't even had a chance to roar before it was overwhelmed by the skills of a large number of summoned creatures. Roar alwo, a frustrated and angry roar. The boss is under control, let's go. The 10 people moved nimbly, quickly closing in on the boss. Happy Fat Otaku tapped his finger. And life in this world and redemption instantly became round and plump. Silence caught off guard. Slime Aggregator was about to unleash a slime attack on the entire field when Redemption blocked it with a shield. Stop Linzai rode the wind with his feet. And didn't forget to give Shadow, who was flanking him, a speed boost as well. The two of them attacked fiercely from the left and right. Although the Salted Fish Squad is slightly lower level, their output should not be underestimated. Once the boss's armor is broken, all it can do is howl in despair. Its feeble counterattack will soon be met by the Ancient Ones standing shoulder to shoulder with it. Hoo-hoo. The fried chicken and beer team and the salted fish team lay exhausted on the ground. The bronchial lesion in A725 has been cleared. In this battle, their main damage dealers, Linzia and Shadow, followed behind Redemption. Life in the World Warlord, Ancient Ones, and other guardians, all of whom were built up from the fat drained by Happy Fat Otaku. Feeling extremely safe, however, due to the level difference, their damage output was quite average. Even with the armor-piercing effect of the Silverwing Sentinels, they still had to keep attacking until their hands ached. Life in this world, now he's as round as a ball, comfortably patting his belly as he rests his head on a bump on the ground. Around him, a group of blue slimes chatter incessantly. Gurgled, gurgled, gurgles. In contrast, Happy Fat Otaku is thin. As energy storage guardian, he uses his own pre-stored fat to fill his teammates with fat and enhance their defense. For this battle, he ingested a huge amount of energy beforehand, going into battle as a super obese person and ending with his chest pressed against his back. Children, I have burned out. Linzai struggled to his feet. His stamina and mana were completely depleted, but he still mustered all his strength to press the button on the panel. Termination of employment y/and confirm, sigh. That's how it is when you're poor. Every little bit saved counts. Two Silverwing Sentinel Rangers standing silently in the distance bowed gracefully before disappearing from sight. The ancient overlords feasted on the ground. Their means of employment was food, which made the players' hearts bleed. Most of the pets weren't owned by them, but rented from large pet owners in Dawn City, and they had to return them later. They don't actually own many pets, fortunately. The rewards are also extremely considerable. Abundant bioenergy experience points, valuable materials, and even quite valuable skill books. Special weapons and blueprints. Right kidney freedom outside city. With the start of the 8th closed beta test, the ecosystem of Right Kidney, a map that was originally dominated by the Wings of Liberty Guild and led the way in clearing content, has undergone a dramatic change. Wings of Liberty has effectively ceased large-scale exploration activities. They have dispersed all their high-level combat forces, breaking them down into smaller groups, turning them into a complete mercenary group exclusively for the elite. Around Liberty City, numerous private campsites of varying sizes have sprung up. These camps are no longer named after guilds, but rather after real-world corporations. Political groups or ancient families among them. The largest and most luxurious camp is a guild camp called Hebrew. This guild may not have many members, but if their true identities were revealed, it would be enough to cause a magnitude 12 earthquake in the financial world of Earth. They are a super guild composed of leaders of the top financial groups on Wall Street, oligarchs, veteran capitalists, and leaders of various factions in essence. They were the official government of the United States. However, unlike the Huxia government, which allowed only technicians and soldiers to enter, their dignitaries personally participated, in fact. Several guilds near the Hebrew guild camp were considered their subordinates, surrounding and protecting them like stars around the moon. Is this the Titan's fist, a sprightly spirit master, wielding a staff inlaid with high-purity psionic ore to enhance psionic output efficiency? Raised his right hand and gently brushed it across the surface of the brand-new mech in front of him. Outside the game, he is an elderly man with white hair and difficulty moving around. Inside the game, he is a healthy and physically excellent Titan familia. Even for the Spirit Master, a magic-based class, the player's physical body is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary carbon-based human. This old man's current level is a pitiful LV3. Not only him, but the dozen or so conglomerate tycoons standing behind him were generally only LV3 or LV4. Occasionally, there were a few slightly higher-level individuals who were dignitaries who had entered the game early and their personal bodyguards. But they used unimaginable financial resources to frantically acquire bioenergy from the black market at exorbitant prices. At this stage, when they hadn't even reached the threshold for job advancement, they literally threw money at creating an expensive mech. It's important to understand that bioenergy is currently in high demand but short supply. Any listing for sale is snapped up instantly. All the top players err without exception, acquiring bioenergies. Although this might seem like it disrupts the game's balance, Titan Ancient Abyss is happy to see it happen. The reason is simple: the affairs of Earth are no longer his concern. For him, it's better to let these tycoons concentrate resources and spend them all at once than to let ordinary players scrimp and save on bioenergy. In this way, the Ancient Abyss can recover more bioenergy. Regular players can make money selling creatures they win. Paying players have a blast they win. The more creatures from the Ancient Abyss can be recycled, they wins. Purchasing bioenergy has become a covert arms race on Earth. Yes, Mr. Morgan, the guild leader of Wings of Freedom, Captain Noital LV 21 stood respectfully to the side. This is the first-generation mech we created using the best materials we could gather. Based on the blueprints beside him, a level 3 newbie with the ID Donnie had his arm around his shoulder. Quite enthusiastically, Captain Noital looked flattered. The president remains true to his name and identity. Using his real name online, you did a great job, kid. From now on, come work for me at the White House. I'll make you my personal bodyguard. The head of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE. So my God, how can this not be considered a successful fan meeting? Captain Noital was immediately moved to tears. His loyalty was truly worthwhile. He even wrote MAGA into his ID. Very good. Let me try out this body of steel, the old man known as Morgan rubbed his hands excitedly and, with the help of 2 level 20 mercenaries, climbed into the cockpit of the mech. He put on the neural connection helmet and pressed the start button. Buzz, the crystals in the mech's eyes suddenly lit up, and the engine roared to life at super high power. Boom. But the next second, a piercing alarm blared wildly in the cockpit. System warning: driver's nervous system is overloaded. Restriction requires reaching level 10 and completing job advancement, and meeting basic attribute requirements to withstand the pressure of the mech's neural bridge. Forcing its use will prevent the mech from reaching its full potential and will place a tremendous strain on the body. Connection has been forcibly disconnected. With a bang, Morgan was ejected from the cockpit by the system's safety mechanism and crashed to the ground. With a -5 damage value floating above his head, F***K. What kind of rubbish setting is this? I spent nearly $100 million to build this thing. And you're telling me it can't be opened? The old man got up in a fit of rage. All his usual composure gone, Mr. Morgan, please calm down, another conglomerate leader, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing more rational, approached. He reached out and stroked the mecha's cold metal shell. A wise glint in his eyes. What? You're asking me where he got his glasses? The answer is simple: to maintain his image as a refined scoundrel. He specifically commissioned a custom-made pair of non-prescription glasses from an in-game craftsman. This is not a bad thing, haven't you noticed yet? This mech's transmission structure and energy circuit completely exceed the current industrial common sense on Earth. Yet it can operate perfectly in this game where the laws of physics are extremely realistic. Moreover, the complexity and intricacy of those mecha blueprints are beyond imagination. No matter how you look at it, this thing has value beyond the game. He turned to his assistant behind him. Immediately export all the structural blueprints and material data of this mecha to the real-world storage. One-to-one and make multiple backups, sir, do you mean? This isn't some game item. It's groundbreaking technological blueprints. The business tycoon gasped. Give it to Lockheed and Boeing's private labs. We're too low-level to unlock it in the game. But what if we built it in reality? That would be a trillion-dollar market monopoly on the global defense industry. The powerful and wealthy suddenly realized what was happening, and their eyes immediately filled with fervor. Only the far-sighted Donnie was deeply worried, thinking of the various unusual events that had occurred in the Dragon Kingdom in recent months. Could it be that? No, that's impossible. Lungs. The scholars of the Dragon Kingdom are experiencing the most fulfilling and passionate time of their lives. Every battle is for leveling up. Every upgrade is for better research. Target detected: inflammatory parasite. Spiritual envoy: prepare for fire coverage. With a low shout, a colorless, attributeless magic bullet pierced the air and accurately struck a monster's compound eye. Weakness: critical hit. Well done, MRGU. The leader of a squad from the Great Wall Watch team responsible for protecting them. A level 21 iron walls. Couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. The one who cast the skill was a spirit master with the ID Chinese letter. Behind this poetized somewhat melancholic literary ID is Professor Gu, a highly respected pioneer of psionic theory in reality. Although Professor Gu has silver hair in real life, he is agile in the game. Cy Bailey felt the remaining magical fluctuations in the staff in his hand and was as excited as a child who had received a new toy. As expected of realistic feedback from the laws of physics, by simply adjusting the initial velocity and rotation angle of the magic output, the trajectory of the magic bullet can be altered. It's so realistic it doesn't seem like a game. I'm starting to doubt my previous assumptions. Perhaps this isn't a game from an advanced civilization, but rather a projection of our consciousness onto the other side of the universe, using some kind of miraculous technology. Of course, a Titan's size is a bit exaggerated, and the existence of humanoid beings is also questionable. But this theoretical speculation has some potential for further development. Farewell with sorrow. After a long, rambling conversation, I began a passionate discussion with the researchers. Instructor: primitive man scientist. JPG image should be here. Behind Cy Bailey were hundreds of spirit masters, all of them researchers who had entered the game during the 8th beta test, and top students from the Department of Psionic Energy at Kyoto University. Besides the academic geniuses, the psychic class also includes the spirit masters of the Great Wall Watch Guild. However, they are high-level players and not in the lower-level zones. These researchers have extremely busy schedules every day. In the mornings, they would gather at the newly built Titan Branch campus in the City of Light, joining the earlier researchers and scholars of the light energy bacteria race for heated discussions on magical theories. Of course, this usually ended with them being unilaterally reprimanded by the light energy bacteria scholars. A group of scientists tried to dismantle the magic circle using advanced mathematics and quantum mechanics, often giving the light energy bacteria a headache. In the afternoons, they would transform into battle mages and join the regular squads, average LV 21, of Great Wall Watch to conduct practical exercises in the Lung Legion area. The soldiers were responsible for taking the lead, pulling monster sand, protecting the enemy, while the scholars practiced their spellcasting accuracy and leveled up frantically in the safe rear. Everyone pay attention to the rhythm. The mana bar isn't infinite. Treat every spell cast as a precise experiment. Saving mana means saving potions. Saving potions means saving money. Saving money means saving funds. Farewell in sorrow, holding up his staff. He loudly gave instructions. Upon hearing the word funding, the professors and senior doctors all tensed up. Their expressions turned serious. In the bronchioles of the lungs, Daxia's scientific research capabilities are rapidly upgrading. After being educated by visionary individuals like Cy Bailey, they all understood that only by reaching LV20 and unlocking their talents as soon as possible could they truly open the door to the real world. Oliver, a team composed of top players from across the server, like a sharp blade through the enemy's defenses. 300 kilometers ahead, New Liver Labial Lesion detected, a level 40 boss unit. In midair, Data Maniac's eyes gleamed with a dazzling silver light, and psionic vision instantly locked onto the energy node in the distance. Roger that, everyone accelerate. On the ground, a black afterimage suddenly accelerated. Fengxing Tianxia leading the charge. At this moment, his agility is astonishingly high. Running at full speed even without instant step. Ordinary players cannot catch his shadow. During long-distance high-speed sprints, he no longer simply runs on his legs, but utilizes instant step, combined with body momentum to glide at extremely low altitudes over the complex terrain of liver lobes. Behind him was a super squad composed of dozens of top-tier players at level 33+. Miracle through might utilizing his talent. He transformed his arms into a normal streamlined shapes, reducing wind resistance. Thunder King, his entire body is wrapped in blue lightning. Dragon fighting in the wild, furthermore, relying on his abnormal regenerative abilities. He directly smashed through all obstacles in his path. Charging straight ahead, the entire squad reached the speed of sound in air at normal temperature and pressure in seconds, exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. On such a grand scale, although they are still like specks of dust, their speed of movement has reached a terrifying level that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Departing from Emerald City on H-77, this decapitation squad swept through several surrounding lobes like a whirlwind in just 2 days. Charge, 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 we've arrived. Prepare for battle, boom. The entire team came to a sudden stop when they were still a kilometer away from the monster, and the powerful reaction force plowed deep trenches into the ground. The sword flashed for a moment, then disappeared, before gently landing in the distance. These dozens of the strongest life forms in the entire server cooperated so well that they didn't even need much verbal communication. Tianxia's control skill mind impactlanded instantly. Yun Zhongyu's buff was precisely applied to every melee player. Dali Chuchijai and Longzhan Yuyi, one on the left and one on the right, smashed through the monster's defensive line like two heavy tanks. Boom, unstoppable momentum. Finally, a black streak of light flashed by, while rapidly hacking away at the mobs on the periphery to stack buffs. Fengxing Tianxia stacked Fatal Tempo to 300%, the current maximum he could withstand. He then raised Fang of Origin and shattered the core of the LV. 40 boss. System notification. Successfully defeated the crystallized commander LV. 40. The lesion in area H59 has been removed. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes from start to finish. The lesser monster Snow, without their leader, trembled in fear. The elite group shrugged it off, leaving the rest to the later arrivals. Easy next. Fengxing Xiangxia flicked the slime off his dagger, glanced at his experience bar, and his eyes were as cold as knives. In just 2 days, I'm already close to level 36. The upgrades become increasingly slower as you progress, making the pace of progress terrifyingly slow. Everyone resupply and rest for 10 minutes. Tianxi Quang Ren, find the next target. Psionic vision activated, we need to go even faster. This is a new era of arms race, individual combat power, collective combat power, and the existing order are all within the scope of comparison. To lead the times, one must exert every effort. Although any one member of this squad could single-handedly wipe out the entire Wings of Freedom guild. Even the healer Cloudy Pomelo. That's not a reason to stop the fierce competition. The ward was filled with the lingering smell of disinfectant. Long Xingchai lay on the hospital bed, a large needle inserted into the back of his withered hand. His gaze passed over the IV drip, fixed on an entertainment news report playing on the holographic television screen on the wall. Rockstar Games announces that the holographic version of GTA 10 is expected to be delayed until 2050 due to a complete overhaul of its underlying architecture. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Lung Xingkai's mouth. Looks like I won't be around to rob a bank back in Los Santos. He suffers from an extremely rare genetic disorder, and all his organs are failing at an irreversible rate. As a hardcore gamer, his greatest wish in life is to play a truly immersive holographic version of GTA 10 and run rampant in that free world. Unfortunately, his body was barely able to withstand even the most basic holographic infiltration pod. 2 weeks ago, he signed a confidentiality agreement and a waiver, participating as a volunteer in the Hapa Potion clinical trial, led by the Titan Engineering Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom. It was a Hapa Type 1 potion formulated using Hapa civilization technology brought from the game. One last gamble, the medicine worked miraculously. Just yesterday I watched as the elderly man in the next bed, who had been given a critical condition notice due to severe cirrhosis, was discharged from the hospital with a rosy complexion after 3 days of medication. He was even able to do several pull-ups. But miracles except for Lung Xingkai did not happen. The Herpa Type 1 drug is incredibly effective at repairing normal cell damage, but it has absolutely no effect on his genetic breakdown condition. In fact, it has the opposite effect, causing his physical condition to deteriorate rapidly and making him suffer terribly. Xiaolong, congratulations to me, I survived. You have to keep going too. The smile of the fellow patient when he was discharged is still vivid in my mind. At the time, Lung Xingkai could only force a sincere smile and repeatedly offer his blessings. But when the ward was empty and the night was quiet, he could only bite the corner of the blanket tightly and cry silently in despair under the covers. Why should I die? Just when he was utterly despondent and ready to pull the plug, fate played a cruel joke on him. He actually won the lottery for the 8th closed beta test of Titan, Genesis. At that moment, a fire reignited in Lung Xingkai's eyes. Level 20 unlocks real-world mapping. If you can reach level 30, you might even be able to directly exchange for the legendary Titan's blood. I want to lives 1 week later. Titan's lung bronchioles nanny, where did the nanny go? I can't take it anymore. A level 8 godguard in the front row was surrounded and attacked by 3 flaming flesh worms. His health bar was dropping rapidly, and he was shouting desperately in the team channel. They're here, don't die. The player with the ID Star Dragon stood in a safe corner in the back row, holding a very ordinary staff in both hands, the tip of the staff flashing a pure white light wildly. Biogels. The white gel continuously rained down on the players in the front row, restoring their status. Xinglong's profession is Fate Weaver, a choice he made after careful consideration. Since death in Titan Genesis results in the loss of half of the current experience bar, he must minimize deaths, the Fate Weaver class, which can easily gain experience in large raid groups, is undoubtedly the first choice. As long as he participates in battles as a group and continuously increases his healing output, he can receive a considerable amount of experience points every time he kills a monster or at the end of a battle, unless the entire group is wiped out by an unforeseen monster attack. He is practically invincible. Faster. Xinglong stared intently at his experience bar, which was only 20% away from reaching LV9, waving his staff like a madman, not even noticing that his mana bar was almost empty. Less enthusiastic new players might be enjoying the scenery, socializing or genuinely having fun, but he wasn't. He endured the dizziness caused by organ failure in reality every day. spending 20 out of 24 hours a day in the game, frantically grinding experience with random teams. He has to reach level 20 before his physical body completely crashes. This is his only chance for a new life, cough cough. Suddenly Xinglong, who was casting a spell, felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. This pain didn't come from a monster attack in the game, but from reality. The intense pain penetrated the system's neural shielding and was directly transmitted from the real world to his brain. Warning, player's heart rate is abnormal. Warning, brainwave frequency is rapidly decreasing. The game's UI began flashing a deadly red light. No. Not now, Xinglong stared wide-eyed in horror. He could vaguely sense that Helying on the hospital bed was coughing up large amounts of blood, the sweet, metallic taste of which was flowing back into his respiratory tract, causing him to cough violently. My heart was beating slower and slower, and the countdown on the monitor seemed to be right next to my ear. Drip A longs. Piercing siren from the life support monitor transcended the boundary between reality and illusion. Resonating deep within his soul, I'm not level 20 yet. A thump exhausted. Xinglong collapsed to his knees on the sticky, fleshy surface, the bone staff in his hand rolling to the side. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable pain tore through his consciousness. It's a kind of pain where the soul is forcibly uprooted from a decaying body. Thugs, he let out a shrill scream in the game, and his entire body began to become semi-transparent, as if he would turn into a stream of data and completely disconnect and disappear in the next second. However, at the very moment when the excruciating pain reached its peak, sudden everything stopped. The dizziness was gone, as was the heavy, grating pain that felt like swallowing razor blades with every breath. Xinglong suddenly opened his eyes. He remained kneeling on the ground near his lungs. But in that moment, the whole world changed dramatically. Originally, in order to reduce the impact of pain and perception on his frantic leveling up, he adjusted the game settings to ambient sensation, very low, and pain feedback, very low. But at this moment, the air was clearly filled with a strong smell of blood. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his palm, the perfect sensation of healthy muscle contraction. He felt lighter and more vibrant than ever before. This is no longer 100% realistic. Welcome to the real world, ding a crisp. Ethereal system notification sound exploded in his mind. This time there was no blue UI panel. The line of golden text was directly imprinted on his soul. The connection to the physical body has been lost. Soul wavelength perfectly matched compatibility, 100%. Welcome back to Titan, my beloved. You have entered the state of physical incarnation. Xinglong was stunned. He instinctively wanted to bring up the system menu and click Exit Game. No, the logout button that had been hovering in the upper right corner of his vision had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but a glaring, blood-red notification had appeared in his field of vision. Status: Hardcore Mode, 1 Life Mode. Description: You have completely shed your mortal body and been reborn in this universe as a member of the Titan Familia. You will no longer be protected by the Biobeacon's resurrection. Warning: in this state, your death in this world will result in the complete annihilation of your soul. I am dead. Xinglong stared blankly at his hands. Those hands, which were originally withered and covered with needle marks in reality, were now full of solid muscle lines in the game. In real life, Stephen Chow died. He died in that hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant. But the Star Dragon in the Titan world, in an inconceivable way, lived on forever with a healthy body belonging to an extraordinary being. Unable to exit, no respawn. He muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly reddening. A single, real tear fell onto the ground beneath his feet. Far from feeling fear, a decade-long suppressed ecstasy surged within him like a volcanic eruption. Ha ha ha! Xinglong laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. A laugh that seemed to tear his heart apart. His teammates, who were fighting monsters around him, stared at the healer who had suddenly gone mad as if she were a lunatic. F asterisk asterisk K genetic breakdown F asterisk asterisk K hospital beds. GTA 10 is nothing. I now possess a true, boundless universe. He suddenly grabbed the bone staff from the ground. After entering the physical incarnation state, he found that his perception of magic had undergone a qualitative change. He had not studied magic theory and could not cast spells precisely. Previously, he could only rely on casting spells by channeling them. But now, he could clearly feel the psionic energy that represented life flowing between his veins and his staff like blood. Blessed by the Chaos Titans, you were born with an affinity for psychic energy. The ability to harness psychic power is your racial instinct. Healer, what's wrong with you? Heal me, I'm almost dead. The besieged guard in front shouted in despair. They're here, Star Dragon let out a powerful roar. Without needing to cast any spells, he instinctively unleashed the surging life energy within him through his staff. Wowed, a pure light of life, several times more concentrated than before, instantly enveloped the weakened divine guard, instantly restoring his health to full. Holy crap. What milk volume? The guard was a little confused. In this world, a burning passion for new life blazed in Xinglong's eyes. I only have one life, but I'm going to live it more brilliantly than anyone else. Titan Fanatic +1, Lung B4 of 4 City of Light. Realizing he only had one life and could never go offline, Xinglong suppressed his ecstatic joy at being resurrected and his apprehension about the unknown, and made the most rational decision: he would find his organization. As a player with only one life, if you die while wandering in the wild, you're truly gone forever. He immediately boarded the next Crimson ship and rushed to the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's officials and research players, the City of Light. What did you say? Your physical body in reality has been declared clinically dead. The atmosphere in the City of Light, Kyoto University Titan branch, was extremely heavy. Seated at the head of the long table was Cy Bailey, and next to him was the academician of the medical school, who was in charge of the clinical trials of the Herpa drug in real life, whose game ID was Xuanhu just now. Xuanhu went offline and made a phone call to the intensive care unit to confirm. The news received was that an hour earlier, volunteer Long Xingchai died due to a genetic breakdown that caused his heart to stop beating completely. Despite all efforts to resuscitate him, but now Thai's person, who should be in the morgue, is sitting alive on a bench in the game, breathing evenly, and even taking a sip of a freshly brewed mushroom extract, slowly regenerating mana. Xinglong raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Yes, Professor Gu, academician Lei. Xinglong put down his cup, feeling the warm liquid slide down his throat. My game interface has changed, the exit button is gone. The system notified me that I've entered physical descent state and received the buff of the Chaos Titan's favor. I feel healthier now than ever before in reality. A collective gasp erupted in the room. Dozens of the nation's top scholars exchanged bewildered glances. This is impossible with Earth's current technology. The process of transferring consciousness is simply impossible, let alone after physical brain deaths. It's not uploading, it's referencing. Or perhaps reshaping. Farewell in sorrow. He suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with emotion. I never expected this. I had a rough guess when I first entered the game not long ago, and it's been confirmed today. His deep eyes swept over everyone present, and he uttered a deduction that sent chills down the spines of the scholars in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, we've always thought Titan Genesis was a virtual game from a more advanced civilization, possessing a physics engine far ahead of its time. But the fate of Star Dragon proves one thing. This isn't a game. Professor Gu slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, and couldn't help but swear this Titan's bodith is magic. These monsters, the Hepa civilization, they are all real physical entities that exist in the universe. That game system might just be a facade, a user interface deliberately disguised to make it understandable and operable for us players. We are souls guided here by a great power, Titans. Are real gods. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. No wonder, it's all real. No wonder they brought back real-world mecha blueprints, magical theories, and HEPA potions, all of which could be replicated. Because they were all real. No wonder the physics engine of this game is so realistic. No invalid physical laws have been found so far. A being capable of traversing the endless starry sky, precisely retrieving human souls from Earth and reshaping their physical bodies. Titan, such power inspires instinctive awe. Anyway, comrade Xinglongs. Professor Gu took a deep breath and looked at Xinglong. The nation will not abandon any citizen. From today onwards, you are a key protected individual and a specially appointed researcher at our Titan branch campus. Your food, clothing, and accommodation will all be provided by the nation within the game. The Star Dragon's home on the edge of the City of Light. Unable to log off, Star Dragon became the only permanent player in the City of Light. When night fell in realities, and other players and scholars turned into white light and logged off to rest, Star Dragon was left alone in this world, and accompanying him were a group of old farmers tilling the land. What's going on? Why aren't casual gamers sleeping? Star Dragon looked out the window and could vaguely see Loves to Eat Watermelons' fungal farm, which was filled with a bunch of glowing slimes. Although he lives alone, he doesn't feel lonely. With the help of the Dawn Guild construction team and the warriors of Great Wall Watch, he built an exquisite 2-story wooden house on a vacant lot near the neural nodes on the edge of the City of Light. Using white bone plates, glowing crystals, and soft plant fibers, hey, I never thought that though I couldn't afford a house in Kyoto in my lifetime, I'd end up with a huge villa inside a god's belly after I die. Awesome. Xinglong lay peacefully asleep on the soft, fluorescent moss bed, gazing at the B404 dome outside the window, which always radiated a gentle light. This was his new home and the beginning of his new life. Long Xingcha is dead from now on. Only the Titan Familia. Star Dragon remains. The next day, the B402 bronchioles in the lungs were examined. Star Dragon buffed the Divine Guards of Team 3, okay. On the front lines, Xinglong joined the research team's leveling up squad. At this time, most researchers were only at LV6 or LV7. Although they had someone to guide them, they only practiced for half a day each day. Xinglong, on the other hand, had reached LV8 and was close to LV9 because he had been grinding in random teams in the early stages. Because it was a true form descending, coupled with the buff of Blessed by the Chaos Titans, Star Dragon found himself completely free from the constraints of the game system. Unlike other Lifeweavers, he doesn't need to stand still and cast spells. He can even move nimbly along the edge of a monster horde, sliding and simultaneously throwing life energy at low-health teammates with precision. Like throwing darts, as the system notification indicated. Harnessing psionic power had become his instinct. His psychic powers are as readily available as his own blood, and the rate of healing spillover is almost zero. Holy crap, that positioning, that micromanagement. Star Dragon, were you a pro player before? A young researcher exclaimed while typing on a monster. I used to be a hospital-bedridden person. A Xinglong grinned, casually smashing the skull of a low-health monster with his staff. Maybe this is the survival potential inherent in hardcore mode. With the elite warriors of Great Wall Watch providing hands-on training and the supermodel healer Xinglong providing support, the research team's leveling speed is extremely stable. A few days later, a dazzling golden light shone on the Star Dragon's body. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV10. You have met the requirements for changing jobs. At this moment, the surrounding scholars and warriors stopped what they were doing and looked over curiously. Level 10 job advancement is the first major turning point for players. The system usually provides 2 standard advancement paths. If hidden conditions are met, a hidden advancement path can also be seen. In the Star Dragon's vision, besides the standard advancement options for Life Weaver, Life Sage, and Flesh Craftsman, a third option has emerged. Player status detected, physical incarnation. The prerequisites for the hidden job change have been met. Unlock hidden class Reconstructor. Job change quest Nun Reconstructor. The Star Dragon was stunned after reading the description. He confirmed without hesitation buzz. Xinglong closed his eyes, and a vast amount of professional information flooded into his mind. The Reconstructor prototype is a stem cell. Core Skill 1 Mobile Beacons. Description: your body is the cradle of life. You can anchor yourself as a temporary biobeacon. Teammates who die within a certain range can be resurrected on the spot next to you by consuming bioenergy, without needing to return to the main city. Resurrecting teammates consumes your health. Core Skill 2 Flesh and Blood Creation. Description: by consuming the materials you collect, monster corpses, ores, etc., and your own health, you can create summons on the spot. The higher the quality of the materials used, the stronger the summon, but the more health you need to consume. Summons have a limited lifespan. Core Skill 3 Source Devouring. Description: you can devour the summons you create, converting their life force into your own to restore your own state. When Xinglong opened his eyes and shared his professional skills in the team channel, the entire arena fell silent. My goodness. The team leader of Great Wall Watch swallowed hard. It has its own respawn point. It can build troops. It can even use its pets to heal. Farewell in sorrow. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. These are stem cells, capable of differentiating into pluripotent cells that can differentiate into any tissue. Star Dragonance, your profession is fully developed. It will have immense strategic value. An unkillable mobile fountain plus a resurrection tower. Xinglong clenched his fists, feeling the surging life force within him that seemed capable of reshaping everything. And a smug smile appeared on his lips. A full week has passed since the Star Dragon physically descended into Titan Genesis, as Xinglong himself changed his class to Reconstructor, causing a small-scale sensation. The battle maniacs on the front lines also stirred up a bloody storm in the liver. H135 lesion area in liver lobule PFFT. With a soft tearing sound, a jet-black dagger precisely severed the life center of a specialized cyst bloodthirsty butcher, LV. 43 Boss the towering, bloated monster collapsed with a crash, and experience points flooded into the bodies of the participating players. Standing atop the monster's corpse, Fengxing Tianxia shook off the dark green bloodstains on Yuan Shizhai Fang. His breathing was steady. The dazzling combo he had just unleashed seemed like nothing more than a simple warm-up. System notification: successfully defeated bloodthirsty butcher LV. 43. Gaining experience for defeating a higher-level enemy. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 37. Bathed in golden lights, Fengxing Tianxia exhaled a breath of stale air. Finally 37, he opened his attribute panel. Leveling up from 35 to 37 gave him 4 potential points, and combined with the 2 points he had saved, he now had a total of 6 potential points. This means, without hesitation, Fengxing Tianxia activated the third-tier talent tree of Neural Sequence Blue and poured 5 points of potential into an icon he had long been eyeing, a heart bound by cold chains. Talent unlocked: Pain Relief. Game effect when fatally wounded. As long as the body is not completely destroyed, pulverized, annihilate soul stripped, manipulated, or otherwise forcibly controlled, you will be immune to health loss and continue acting for 5 seconds. During this time, all your damage is doubled. Note, this effect resets after each resurrection. If you recover from a near-death state, it will cool down naturally every 24 hours. Reality mapping actively activated. The brain can autonomously secrete special hormones that forcibly block the transmission of pain and fear at all sensory levels. In any extrema near-death situation, absolute calm and mechanical judgment can be maintained. Calls: the moment my talent was activated, I felt as if a block of ice deep within my brain had shattered. Click. A cold and absolutely rational emotion quickly spread throughout his body, then disappeared into the depths of his consciousness. I don't feel anything else. Fengxing Tianxia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Does this mean that to test this talent, I have to go and try it out. He glanced at his experience bar. LV 37 0.01%, I just leveled up. And my experience bar is completely empty. Under the death mechanics of Titan Genesis, death deducts 50% of the current experience bar. As long as he runs out of bioenergy, death currently has virtually no penalty for him. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something to lose. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Fengxing Tianzi's lips. The new talent pain removal can only be triggered in the game when you are in a near-death state. He wasn't sure he could succeed without testing the limits of those 5 seconds. Where should I get tested? Who should I contact to get tested? Ordinary monsters would have a hard time even breaking his defenses, let alone bringing him to the brink of death. The best approach is to either clear new areas and fight high-level monsters, or find a known enemy that is strong enough. The strongest enemy players can encounter is none other than the Void Devourer. Back D03 Warzone Void Hive. Relying on the Titan familia traits granted by the system, players are engaged in a protracted tug-of-war with the Void Zerg in this dangerous zone. At this moment outside D03, a large number of solo players are hunting down scattered Void fleas. Fengxing Tianzia dressed in black assassin leather armor, carrying a short blade. He appeared silently at the front line. Look, that's Feng Shen. Why is the big shot suddenly talking about his back? Wasn't he leading the liver sprint? The last time I saw him was when I watched Hannibal, where he was sealed inside a worm's corpse. Ignoring the exclamations of the surrounding players, Fengxing Tianzia pushed off with his feet, and his entire body shot out of the defensive line established by the players like a cannonball, heading straight for that dark void insect hive. At the edge of the Horizona colossal creature, beyond description lay coiled Void Devourer LV 52 Lord. It was like an aircraft carrier-sized alien warship, firmly anchored to the Titan's body. Its massive abdomen rose and fell like it was breathing, continuously drawing nutrients from the Titan's body and producing void swarms. If it weren't for the players holding the lines, the Void familiars would probably have spread to a considerable area by now. Old friend, we meet again, even before the 7th test. Fengxing Tianzia had disguised himself as a corpse and infiltrated the area, instantly shredding Void Devouring insect egg to pieces with a single strike. But that was a clever trick this time. He's going to charge in head first and hiss. The approach of Fengxing Tianzia instantly alerted the patrol team on the outskirts of the insect hive. A dozen or so Void fleas LV 30 the size of small trucks and several Void crushers LV 35 wielding huge pincers roared and pounced. Don't block the way. Fengxing Tianzia, his eyes were cold, and he lightly touched the ground with his foot. Instant step swish. He instantly traversed 100 meters, appearing beneath the abdomen of a Void crusher. Fatal tempo activated. Start stacking attack speed and critical strike damage. The Fang of Origin in his hand glowed with a dazzling white light. This was the light energy enchantment of the light energy fungus. In an extremely short time, he pierced through the Void shield and internal organs of the crusher with hundreds of piercings per second. The speed is getting faster and faster. With the attack speed boost from lethal tempo, Blade Runner moves like a black lightning bolt, leaping back and forth through the swarm of insects. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Limbs and severed bodies flew wildly through the air. Those level 30+ Void monsters that once gave countless players headaches were now as fragile as paper in front of Sharp Edge, who was now LV 37, had maxed out his single-sequence strengths, and possessed 3 third-tier talents. He didn't even slow down, carving a bloody path through the dense swarm of insects, heading straight for the enormous mother insect. The devouring insect sensed a familiar presence approaching. Who are you? How dare you when enemies meet? Their eyes are filled with intense hatred. The Void devouring insect roared. It was this filthy bug that killed its direct descendant. But wasn't he dead? How can he be alive and kicking? And even stronger than before, it doesn't matter anymore. He'll die again today, roar on the massive, mountain-like back of the mother insect. Dozens of enormous, dark blue holes slowly opened. Those were its defensive secondary cannons, buzz. A series of void races thick as buckets, intertwined to form a net of destruction, sealing off all of Feng Xing Tianzia's paths of advancement. The power of this ray is such that a mere graze will cause injury, and a direct hit will be fatal. But at this moment, Feng Xing Tianzia's mind entered a state of absolute clarity. Accelerated synapses greatly increases his neural reaction speed. Hunting instinct and lethal tempo boost his combat instincts, allowing him to instinctively dodge. Instant Step truly grants him the ability to dodge. A balanced talent build yields strong real-world abilities. A full-on talent build maximizes strengths, making you invincible among your peers in the game. His eyes caught the trajectory of the energy pulse within 0.1 seconds before the radiation was emitted. Left top bottom right fold swish swish swish. Sharp Step across the world uses Instant Step repeatedly amidst dense void rays, each time narrowly escaping destruction, as if dancing an elegant waltz on the tip of a knife. In just a few seconds, he had broken through the secondary gun's fire and plunged into the huge entrance of the Void Hive. Ho 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 ho, I'm Tomalir Void Hive Hatchery. I'm back in a familiar place. Feng Xing Tianzia looked at this scene and sighed. He recalled the underhanded tricks he had performed last time. It looks exactly the same as when I last came here, with countless translucent insect eggs hanging on the fleshy walls like bunches of grapes. And you can even see the wriggling insect larvae inside. Since we're already here, we should at least leave some souvenirs. Feng Xing Tianzia grinned, brandishing Origin Fang and preparing to unleash a massacre. However, having experienced the previous Trojan horse attack, the Void Devourer has strengthened the defenses of its incubation chamber, expending considerable energy to hatch 2 high-level elite creatures. Their internal defense mechanisms are even more terrifying than those outside. Just as he chopped up a dozen insect eggs, 2 ghostly black shadows were peeled out from the flesh wall. Void Reaper LV-45 Elite. 2 incomparably sharp Void Mantis blades, one on the left and one on the right, slashed towards Chenfeng at speeds far exceeding the speed of sound. At the same time, the tentacles left behind by the void-devouring insect opened terrifying demonic eyes, emanating a terrifying aura. Feng Xing Tianzia, his pupils contracted sharply, and he parried with his sword, clang. The immense difference in strength caused the webs between his hands to split open instantly, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the fleshy wall behind him. Before he even landed, the tentacles of the void-devouring insect attacked fiercely, piercing his chest mercilessly like the sharpest blade. PFFT, holy crap, his heart was pierced, and his blood volume instantly dropped to 0. A chilling aura of death enveloped Feng Xing Tianzia. But he laughed an utterly ferocious laugh, just as the system was about to determine death and forcibly eject consciousness. Talent trigger pain relief buzz. Feng Xing Tianzia's health bar is locked at a mere 1 point. The character's stiffness and impaired pain perception, which should have been caused by the ruptured heart, were forcibly erased in that instant by a mysterious force. A powerful force suddenly surged through Feng Xing Tianzia's entire body. This feeling of being filled with power, Feng Xing Tianzia's eyes became as cold as a machine. Absolutely rational fatal tempo. The buffs were already fully stacked, and the fighting instincts were driven to their limit in this instant. 5-second countdown begin, he counted down in his mind, ignoring the tentacle piercing his chest blade runner. With fatal tempo already stacked to 300% and pain relief, doubling the damage. Unleash the peak of his assassin career at this moment. His weakness critical hit damage has reached a terrifying 600%. 4 seconds swished he abandoned defense, braving the Reaper's blades, and used a blink to rush straight into the depths of the hatchery. With the Void Devourer egg at the very center destroyed last time, this is the only remaining high-level Void Devourer egg area. 3 seconds. The blade flashed wildly at a dazzling speed as a torrent of ferocious skills poured forth. Roars roared. The two mantis-shaped Void Reapers and the Void Devourer were both extremely enraged, and countless attacks rained down on Fengxing Tianxia. Fengxing Tianxia was covered in blood and flesh. Looking severely injured, but he remained motionless, doing as he pleased, pain sensory stripping. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword. 2 seconds driven by absolute rationality. He made no unnecessary movements. Each strike drew the most deadly and cunning arc click. Click click, countless high-level insect eggs, glowing with a purple light, burst open under the doubled terrifying damage, spewing out a foul-smelling liquid. Those few seconds of destruction wiped out a whole month's worth of work by the Void Devourer. 1 second roar. The Void Devourer let out a heart-wrenching, agonizing roar, and the entire hive trembled violently. 2 Reapers pounced like madmen, wielding their massive scythes, attempting to halt Blade Runner's advance. Brush. Instant step in an instant. It broke free of control and charged towards the insect eggs on the other side, wildly wielding its sharp blade. That's just how shameless I am. 0 seconds. Fengxing Tianxia grinned at the mother insect's tentacles, waved his left hand, which was now just bone and flesh, and then with a swift motion of his right hand, he smashed another batch of insect eggs in front of the harvester and the devouring insects. The devouring insect went completely berserk. Its massive body trembled violently, a sign of its rage. However, before it could even vent its anger, Fengxing Tianxia's body suddenly shattered on its own face. It broke. The devouring insect was stunned. 2 Reapers rushed forward and tore Fengxing Tianxia's already battered body to shreds. Just before his body was torn to pieces, a defiant sneer appeared on Fengxing Tianxia's pale face. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Talent test complete. The effect is perfect. Brush, you are dead. The Void Devourer, unable to personally slay its enemies, raged in impotence on the battlefield. The main Void cannon on its back lit up, and together with dozens of secondary Void cannons, it unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks in all directions, indiscriminately assaulting all enemies. Boom. The main guns swept across the area, and the supply depot of the G5 lymph node player base, located tens of thousands of miles away, was destroyed by a stray bullet. Casual players and those remaining in large guilds were left heartbroken. You damn bug, what's wrong with you? What did I ever do to you? Sizzle. The game pod opened. Chen Feng shook his head and stepped out. The pain receptor stripping was just too intense. If you stack lethal tempo and pain removal in advance, his damage will be so high that he won't even dare to look at it. His main objective was to destroy the insect eggs. But during his slashing, he clearly also inflicted some damage on the level 45 Void Reaper and the level 52 Void Devourer. I'd call him a 5-second real man. Buzz. A flash of white light, and Fengxing Tianxia's consciousness arrived at the resurrection selection screen. A vast, partially illuminated holographic map of the Titan's body appeared before his eyes. At this moment, thousands of green dots were flashing on the map. These were the biobeacons created by players across the entire server, which he had already recorded. He personally participated in the construction of hundreds of them in the early stages of the game. When advancing across various fronts, they would typically establish a respawn point every few dozen or even hundreds of kilometers, and then begin digging trenches and waging positional warfare. In reality, the actual number of respawn points is far more than these. Major guilds have dedicated scout teams that do nothing but run around the map all day, placing biological beacons in safe corners for future use. Some traveling player groups also place respawn points, as they go to prevent all their efforts from being wasted if they suddenly die, forcing them to run the map all over again. For a player to respawn at a beacon, they either need to have personally been there or recorded the absolute coordinates, or they need to know the relative coordinates between the beacon and the player's current location. For example, if a new player dies in the Emerald City, and they find the absolute coordinates of Emerald City from the forum. They can directly enter the coordinates to resurrect there. However, very few reckless new players will resurrect in high-level areas. If players know the relative location, such as there is a respawn point 100 km ahead, they can also respawn at this biobeacon. Fengxing Tianzia's gaze swept over the unlit areas, his heart filled with a mixture of helplessness and envy. Ever since the four fun-loving guys from room 119, who were newcomers during the 8th closed beta test, posted photos of the alien landscape on the forum, the entire Titan Genesis community has been in an uproar. Countless players eager for the new map and new ecosystem are frantically asking for groups invitations and respawn point coordinates on the forum. Unfortunately, even the students in room 119 don't know where they are. System prompt: the exact spatial coordinates of the target beacon were not obtained, or a relative physical connection path does not exist. Cross-region resurrection is not possible. This is really awkward. Star 119 is isolated in the vacuum zone surrounding the demon heart, completely physically disconnected from the major organs, and not even connected to the crimson paths. The surrounding area is entirely filled with flowing psionic energy lines. Before precise spatial teleportation anchor points were established, aside from randomly dropped gamblers, the millions of players simply couldn't fly there and could only watch helplessly as the 119 four-man group was utterly crushed. Damn it, let's go, we can flatten the planet. You four newbies, do you even know how to play? Let me go up and see. Sideho's kids are lucky. They got to monopolize the resources of an entire planet. Fengxing Tianzia snapped out of his reverie. He had originally planned to respawn at the camp near D03 on his back, and then continue his relentless battle against the void-devouring worms. Having just leveled up and with his experience bar completely empty, he was practically invincible, ideally. We could force out more of the devouring bug skills. Then I could write a guide to help us have a better chance of success in raids. But just before he was about to repeat his suicide charge, he received a private message from Chinese letter. The letter contained only one mysterious sentence. Little Chen, come to the City of Light right after you're done. I've prepared a smooth little combo for you, guaranteed to give you an amazing experience. Fengxing Tianzia chuckled. This highly respected and meticulous scientific research giant in real life has incredibly fast internet speed. In the Gamune, like other senior professors, he quickly became friends with the young people. Fengxing Tianzia selected the B404 icon without hesitation. Confirmed respawn point, B404 City of Light whoosh. Whoosh lung B404 City of Light Plaza. With a flash of light, Sharp Edge reshaped his body within the biobeacon and stepped out. He summoned Blade of Origin and swung it around with a series of swift, sweeping movements the moment he opened his eyes. He saw Cybele wearing a low-grade, top-quality robe and leaning on a magnificent, cold-glowing staff. Professor Gu was smiling at him, winking and chuckling. Old Gu, what kind of medicine are you selling? Fengxing Tianzia stepped forward, so mysterious. You're even ditching the Great Wall Watcher's leveling caravan. Leveling up isn't something to rush. A major breakthrough in theoretical research is what truly matters. Farewell to Sorrow subconsciously stroked his chin, only to realize he didn't have a beard in the game when he touched nothing. He chuckled, I heard you were just testing your third-tier talent pain removal on your back. How did it feel? You could call it a legendary sword. Fate-breaking blade, 5 seconds of true manhood. Fengxing Tianzia shrugged, the effect was quite good. 5 seconds of invulnerability plus doubled damage. I charged straight into the mother insect's hatching chamber and wiped out all its high-level eggs. The problem is that this skill comes at a huge cost. It can only be triggered when you're near death, and you're almost guaranteed to die after 5 seconds. Furthermore, the system stipulates that this effect either has a 24-hour cooldown or requires you to revive to reset it. Fengxing Tianzia sighed. He couldn't stay stuck at level 37 forever. The cost of dying was too high, pain removal was strong. But it was a last-ditch counterattack skill, impossible to use frequently. What if I told you that this cost could be offset? Cybele's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Her tone full of temptation. No need to run around the map. No need to wait for cooldowns. You die and immediately revive on the spot, then die again. Revive again, infinitely triggering the double damage of pain relief. Isn't that combo smooth enough? Fengxing Tianxia, his pupils suddenly contracted. His resurrecting on the spot, is it some new magic? If it existed, it wouldn't have taken this long. And the existing biobeacons can't be moved either. Before Fengxing Tianxia could finish speaking, Xiai Bei stepped aside, revealing a young man standing behind him, his face full of excitement. Come on, Xiao Chen, let's get acquainted. Xiai Bei patted the young man on the shoulder. This is our Titan branch's specially appointed researcher. Currently the only player in the entire server to have physical incarnation. And also the only player to have changed to the hidden class reconstructor, Star Dragon. Hey everyone, I have something to tell you. A few days Agamony readers came from the comic series, which made me very excited. I even thought it had been adapted into a TV series. But after only 2 days, the comic series could no longer be found on Hongguo, a Huxia search engine. And I was quite sad about it. I later contacted customer service and found out that they usually send notifications in the background if a book is adapted. In other words, that comic book adaptation is most likely fake. No wonder it was taken down QAQ. I was wondering why my adaptation's animation was so much rougher than others. If you see a 63-episode AI comic series on platforms like WeChat video channel, Douyin Hongyu or others, it's most likely a pirated version. Please report it. Thank you.